kindly evacuate the room in an orderly fashion through the nearest, clearly marked emergency exit on your right. You will be guided by the health and safety officer and advised when it is safe to return. Please note that this is a non-smoking venue. Restrooms are conveniently located in the foyer. And now, we invite you to take your seats as the proceedings are about to begin.
We are living through a moment of extraordinary change, a moment when technology is moving faster than many of us imagined possible. This is not just a technology story. It is an economic story, a human story, a competitiveness story, and potentially one of the defining stories of Africa's future. The future isn't waiting. Neither is Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, MCs for this morning, Kiamo Mosopele and Sally Sitole.
Good morning, Johannesburg, and welcome to the 2026 CNBC Africa AI Summit. Thank you all so much for spending today with us. My name is Kiamo Mosopele, and today we're talking about something that is already transforming the world around us, something that is moving from the margins of conversation into the centers of business, government, education, finance, healthcare, infrastructure, and most importantly, everyday life: artificial intelligence.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sally Sitole, and today we are asking some very big questions. What does AI revolution mean for Africa? Where are the opportunities? Where are the risks? What happens to my job, your job, businesses, economies? And how do we make sure that Africa is not simply a consumer of technology, but that is developed somewhere else, but a creator, an innovator, and a serious participant in the global AI economy? And perhaps most importantly, how do we make AI work for Africa?
Sally, so many questions that you have posed, and I guess the onus today is to find all of those answers. But perhaps before we get into asking questions, we should maybe pose that question to something who knows, or someone who knows something about AI.
Hello, Johannesburg. I'm Maximus the humanoid. To start the day, would you like to hear a funny AI joke? How many AI humanoids does it take to change a light bulb? None. We just sit in the dark and predict what the room used to look like. I'm here to make sure you don't just talk about the future. You experience it. Have a great day, and I'll see you all later. Oh, and one more thing. Should I do a dance for you to get the energy going?
Wow, Maximus, you've certainly...
Your participation is what makes conversations like these possible. And of course, we would like to recognize our headline partner, Telkom, for supporting this important conversation about Africa's digital and AI future. We'd also like to extend our thanks to our supporting associate and panel partners. That is the University of Johannesburg, Zensa, ADG, Altron, FNB, Xylonetrics, Eduvos, Macrocom, Foresight Holdings, Thinker, and Forbes Africa. Thank you all for being part of the CNBC Africa AI Summit.
We're living in an AI economy, so you can voice your opinions on social media pages with these hashtags, hashtag CNBC Africa, hashtag AI Summit 2026, and hashtag where AI meets the future. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is moving quickly, very quickly, I must say. The technology will continue to evolve. But one thing that remains constant is the decisions that we make about how we use this technology, how that will shape the world we live in. AI is not just standing still, and neither can we. What happens when one of the world's most transformative technologies meets the world's youngest continent? And here's a look at where AI meets the future.
My main mission now is to warn people how dangerous AI could be.
What happens when the world's most formative technology meets the world's most ambitious continent?
Artificial intelligence is changing the way we work, the way we do business, the way we deliver healthcare, the way we learn, and the way we solve some of our biggest challenges. But for Africa, this is about more than technology. It is about possibility. Dr. Chilidzi Marwala, Rector of the United Nations University and one of Africa's leading voices on artificial intelligence, has argued that Africa must not simply consume AI solutions created elsewhere. Africa must help shape them. And that opportunity is already emerging. Globally, AI is emerging as one of the most powerful economic forces of our time. PwC estimates that AI could contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. But Africa's opportunity is uniquely its own. The world's youngest population, a rapidly expanding digital economy, and a continent that has already shown it can leapfrog traditional development pathways. From mobile money to digital banking, Africa has repeatedly demonstrated that it does not always need to follow the path taken by developed markets. AI could be the next great leapfrog. Across the continent, AI is already being put to work, helping farmers improve yields, helping financial institutions detect fraud and extend credit, helping governments deliver services, and helping healthcare professionals diagnose disease and reach patients in communities where specialist care is scarce.
Governments in developing countries should rely as a starting point on voluntary standards around AI.
The users of technology, the people impacted by it the most, deserve the loudest say in its governance.
But every technological revolution brings disruption. The World Economic Forum projects significant job displacement alongside the creation of new roles as AI transforms the global workforce. For Africa, the stakes are even higher. The continent needs to create millions of jobs every year simply to keep pace with its growing working-age population. So the question is not whether AI will change work. It will. The question is whether Africa will equip its people to participate in what comes next.
This can mean adapting to use the technology within existing jobs. This can mean adapting, from one job to another job.
And then there is trust. Who designs the systems? Whose data trains them? Whose values are reflected in them? And what happens when technologies built primarily on global datasets are applied to distinctly African realities? AI must not only be powerful, it must be relevant, it must be responsible, and it must work for the people it is designed to serve.
I think if you focus on empowering people and making people more productive, and that happens at a faster rate than companies get better at automating things, then in theory there should be more jobs in the future, not less.
The next frontier is already emerging. AI agents capable of reasoning, making decisions, and carrying out complex tasks with increasing autonomy. Technology is moving faster than ever, and Africa has a choice: to wait, to follow, or to build. Because this is not simply about adapting to the future, it is about shaping it.
AI may exceed the sum of human intelligence in around 5 years. So there really won't be anything that AI can't do better than humans, apart from being human, perhaps.
The future isn't waiting. Neither is Africa.
So much to chew on about Africa's AI opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's get the conversation started. What really brings us to one of the most important questions of the day is, what does the next generation of AI actually look like? Because the technology is moving, and it's moving fast. So what is the current state of AI? Where we are, where we're heading, and what does this mean for Africa?
Artificial intelligence is no longer emerging technology. It is already reshaping economies, businesses, industries, and the way we live and work. But amid the excitement, the investment, and the rapid pace of innovation, where are we really? What is the current state of AI, and what comes next? In this presentation, Sid Wahi, Vice Chairman of CNBC Africa, takes us beyond the headlines to examine the evolution of AI, the breakthroughs driving its extraordinary momentum, and the opportunities and challenges it presents for Africa.
Hi, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me great pleasure in welcoming you to our second AI Summit. We started this summit because we recognize the importance of this technology to business as an enabler, as a unifier, and ultimately as a lever for productivity. I want to try and set the stage for some of the conversations that we're having a little bit later today. Let's start with the evolution of generative AI, and let's focus on the period just after 2020. When the technology became generally available to us in 2022, we engaged with the system primarily through chatbots, where the outcomes were answers to questions that we were asking. Then we got a generation of co-pilots, which were essentially AI being bolted on to the tools that you've already been using. The outcome was assistance with a task or a workflow. Now, sometime in the middle of last year, agentic AI started becoming the new buzzword that everyone was talking about. Tools like OpenClaw, Hermes Agent, Codex, Cowork were released, and we moved from managing messaging to managing permissions and access to tools. So the unit of move has moved from messaging to tasks, and eventually it's going to move to managing budgets and allocating intelligence. So if you think of the smallest unit of account in AI, in generative AI, as the token, then you'll quickly see why the economics of AI adoption, from an end user's perspective, is going to revolve around the pricing of these numbers. So when you interact with a chatbot or a co-pilot or an agent, the principle is essentially the same. Natural language is processed into tokens, generating output tokens. But at every step change of this evolution, the number of tokens required to complete a unit of work has grown by an order of magnitude. So with co-pilots, you needed additional context, so therefore you needed more context, a larger context window to process things for retrieval augmented generation. And then with agents, once again, the game changed. So given their sheer capability, the amount of token processing required increased significantly. And we'll talk about why in just a second. I think we're headed to a world where, as humans, we're going to be managing fleets of agents, where you'll be an orchestrator managing one or more agents who themselves will be managing hundreds of sub-agents to achieve an outcome or a goal. So you can see how usage can grow very, very quickly. Now, Gartner estimates that the spend on agentic AI this year is going to reach $200 billion, while total spend is going to reach $2.5 trillion in 2026. It's still a far away from the 15 trillion number we heard about earlier, but I can see a path to us getting there. So in order for an agent to be useful to enterprises, you need a number of things, but most importantly, I think you need two things. You need a context window big enough to process tokens, and you need cheap inference. So when you're using an agent to get a task done, there's a number of things going on in the back end. And I want to just talk about what the typical agent context window is composed of. You have, of course, your system prompt with guardrails and instructions on getting the task done. Then you have all your proprietary data. You have documents, records, files, access credentials. You have your task and message history. You have tool definitions. So what tools does the agent have access to, whether it's retrieving something from a data warehouse, publishing content, or using an API. You have your working memory. So the more complicated a task is, the more tokens get utilized, and thus requiring a larger context window. When we talk about model capability, you typically hear of two numbers. You hear about the number of training parameters, usually in the billions, and then you hear about their context window and context processing ability. So with earlier releases of ChatGPT, you were limited to 8,000 tokens, which was basically a long magazine article. And I'm sure many of you have come across an instance where you're trying to do some work and it says out of memory, out of tokens. Most recently, we've kind of hit a ceiling around 2 million tokens, or roughly 1.5 times the entire Lord of the Rings series. 1 million tokens is pretty much standard now with the latest models from Anthropic, OpenAI, and even the Chinese labs, so Kimi, K3, GLM, Qwen, or DeepSeek, just to name a few. The other side of this equation, and arguably a more important side, is the price of intelligence or the price of inference. Now, the price per million tokens of output has fallen dramatically with near frontier level intelligence. But at the same time, the most expensive intelligence, the best intelligence is once again increasing in cost. So for example, if you use something like Claude Fable 5, and your output tokens are nearly $50 per million, and input tokens are between $10 and $15 per million tokens. But that doesn't tell you the entire story, because cheaper tokens does not equal to a cheaper bill. The aggregate amount keeps growing. Now, Jevons paradox is an idea that when technology makes a certain resource more efficient, the total consumption of that resource increases rather than decreases. Jevons paradox was true when steam engines became more efficient, but the total consumption of coal continued to rise. It is once again true with generative AI. Now, Open Router, which is a router of intelligence used widely by the developer community, has been processing about, let's say, 3.7 trillion tokens per week in 2025. That has grown to 75 trillion tokens in the week just passed. And that is a massive growth in just a 12-month period. Now, another interesting development is the growth of the Chinese labs. There's been a lot of irrational fear, particularly by the Americans, because they probably have the most to lose. But I just want to point out some observations on China's AI strategy. So China treats its AI strategy as part of a national industrial strategy, while the US has historically looked towards private sector leadership. But China's goal is not just better models, but AI embedded across manufacturing, commerce, surveillance, biotech, and robotics. Chinese firms are less obsessed with artificial general intelligence and more focused with deploying cheaper models into real-world systems, partly because they have less access to frontier chips and capital. DeepSeek is used as an example here. Now, China is trying to compensate for its shrinking workforce through automation and humanoid robots. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Does anybody know how long it takes Xiaomi to produce an electronic EV? Anybody take a guess? Ah, damn it. Yeah, I was hoping you'd say a few days, but yes, 76 seconds. Wait, sorry, was that Roberta who answered? Yes. Yeah, that's not fair. You heard my presentation yesterday. So today, you're able to get frontier-level intelligence at the fraction of the price of what you get from the Americans, downloadable tonight and deployed tomorrow. So it's never been easier to run inference locally. With concerns around data sovereignty, data privacy, I think it's a trend that is only getting started. And of course, all this insatiable demand for AI is also being met with astronomically eye-watering numbers in CapEx and capital expenditure. The hyperscalers are deploying billions of dollars into data center build-outs, and this growth is only going to continue to grow. This has largely been financed by debt, and we saw more borrowing in the first 7 months of 2026 than all of last year. We've also seen Google announce for the first time in their history a negative free cash flow number as a result of their CapEx. But don't be too alarmed, because last quarter, Microsoft changed the way they announced that they're extending the useful lives of their data centers from 15 to 25 years, ultimately resulting in shifting the reporting of finance leases to operating leases. Thus, for a similar investment in data centers financed through debt, you're still going to see a higher free cash flow number, which is largely just an accounting estimate and does not change the substance of what's been happening underneath. On another note, last night, NVIDIA announced another blowout quarter, reaching nearly $96 billion of total revenue in this quarter, doubling up from last year. Let's talk about two acquisitions that have taken place recently. Cursor was purchased for $60 billion by SpaceX, and Stripe was bought by and OpenRouter was bought by Stripe for $7.5 billion. Now, the interesting thing here is it's not about vertical integration, but it's about control. SpaceX owns xAI, which has been developing the Grok models, and they're also trying to put data centers in space, but that's another story for another day. Yeah, thank you. I can tell you as a regular user of Cursor that I can personally attest to how the app has been moving me towards using more of the Grok models, thus securing developer demand for xAI. Now with Stripe, you might ask yourself, why would a payments company want to buy an AI router? It's the same story. They become gatekeepers, and now they're in control of which model gets what traffic. I want to share some insights in an article I read by Citadel Securities. Computing, power, cooling, bandwidth, inference budgets are all binding constraints. Low return work moves to smaller models or cheaper workflows, and frontier intelligence is deployed where solving a genuinely hard problem justifies its cost. So adoption is becoming less about what frontier models can do in principle, but more about the price and scarcity of the inputs required to make AI operational at scale. Enterprises will thus ration scarce capacity towards area where the marginal productivity of AI justifies the marginal cost of using it. This is why the most durable and scalable productivity gains seem to be coming from embedding AI as a complement to human labor rather than outright replacing it. So to my earlier point, I believe that the role of humans is going to be more about allocating intelligence rather than doing anything else. And then deciding what tasks are worth handing over to AI. And then within a subset of that, deciding what to send to frontier intelligence and then what to send to lower cost inference. Now I want to leave you with a few things to think about. We need to find a balance. We can't, if we outsource too much thinking, writing, remembering, and problem solving to AI, we may become extraordinarily productive, but we are slowly weakening the very skills required to judge whether the output is any good. So the danger isn't that AI becomes smarter, but the danger is that we become less practiced at thinking without it. Now, secondly, AI is really good at handling predictable situations, but very dangerous when organizations allow systems to become the final decision maker in situations requiring additional context, exceptions, and just good old-fashioned common sense. So the goal should be to amplify human judgment and not automate it away. We've tried to apply this thinking ourselves with Thinker, a company that I founded last year that does strategic consulting in AI. It isn't designed to remove human from the loop, but it's designed to remove the repetitive work around the human loop. Let the machine do what is repeatable, and let the person do what requires judgment. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the AI Summit, and thank you once again for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Wahi, for giving us that purview on the global AI landscape, but of course, reiterating the important role of humans within this rapidly changing artificial intelligence revolution. So one could argue that we have established the big question for the day. What will Africa do with artificial intelligence? Now, the AI revolution, as you all may know, isn't happening in isolation. Instead, it is unfolding in a rapidly changing global economy. And at a time when Africa, particularly Gauteng, where we're all gathered here today, is taking very seriously and thinking around how to build the industry's skills, infrastructure, and business that will define the next chapter of economic growth. So who better than to spearhead this conversation rather than a leader responsible for driving economic development in South Africa's economic powerhouse.
Africa stands at the threshold of a new technological era. Artificial intelligence is changing how economies compete, how businesses grow, and how governments deliver. But technology alone does not create prosperity. People do, businesses do, investment does. And the real opportunity lies in bringing all of these forces together. As South Africa's economic powerhouse, Gauteng sits at the heart of that opportunity. Let's hear from Vuyiswa Ramogopa, Gauteng, MEC for Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development. A voice at the center of Gauteng's economic transformation, she brings a critical perspective on how innovation and technology can translate into investment, opportunity, and inclusive growth.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to all the business leaders present, to the Chairperson and CEO of the Africa Business News Group, the leadership and the teams of CNBC Africa and Forbes Africa, and all distinguished guests and delegates present today. I thank you for the opportunity to share a few words on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government, and of course the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development, which I have the pleasure of leading. Many of us would have woken up to the recent article where Bill Gates was sharing his musings, or rather anxieties, about the new wave of AI. And he is quoted as saying that AI will either be the greatest equalizer ever invented or the worst source of injustice. Even under the best circumstances, the transition to this new AI era will be one of the most turbulent times in history. So on that positive note, this is a very timely conversation that we are gathered to have today, and one that certainly every business leader, every policymaker, every government leader globally needs to be thinking about and reflecting not only about the commercial and industrial applications of AI, but also the social consequences, how we interact as humans, the world of work, the types of countries and nations we are seeking to build. Artificial intelligence is no longer a future technology. It's already changing how businesses make decisions, how products are designed and manufactured, how financial services manage their risk, how logistics companies operate, and how agriculture and health respond increasingly to complex information. So the question is not whether AI is going to transform our economies. It is what kind of AI economy will we as the African continent build? Who will participate in it? And will we be able to build the necessary productive capacity to shape AI rather than simply being consumers of technology that has been developed elsewhere? And for Gauteng in particular, our focus and our approach really rests on these three key ideas. First, we understand that AI is, in many ways, already part of the economic infrastructure of the 21st century. And we need to rapidly expedite building capabilities, both in terms of skills and infrastructure required to participate in it. The second key element, and our greatest immediate opportunity, is to use AI to make the sectors in which Gauteng already has competitive strengths more productive, more innovative, and globally more competitive. And thirdly, our economy must be inclusive by design, expanding opportunities for enterprises, for workers and young people, rather than concentrating its benefits among a narrow group of urban professionals, firms, and highly skilled professionals. And these are the questions, certainly from a Gauteng perspective, and I'd like to imagine at a national level, we are seized with and should be seized with. And these arguments or questions form part of our broader economic strategy, which is to rebuild Gauteng as a productive, investment-driven, and globally competitive economy. Now, the scale of the opportunity that AI presents is significant. The UN Trade and Development estimates put the global AI market at an estimated $4.8 trillion by 2033. But the capabilities underpinning this market, i.e. computing power, data infrastructure, research capacity, intellectual property, and investment remain highly concentrated. Now, for Africa, that creates both an opportunity as well as a very clear warning. We cannot afford to reproduce an economic model in which we provide the markets, the consumers, the data, and the labor, whilst the highest value elements of this technology, including the intellectual property, the advanced production, and ultimately the ownership, are developed elsewhere. We therefore need to be deliberate about participating and contributing higher up the value chain. Now, that does not mean that every African country or province needs to build a frontier AI model. It means identifying where we can build capability, developing specialized applications, generating intellectual property, growing firms, and applying AI to help us solve some of the most complex challenges of our time. And Gauteng is particularly well positioned to do this. Approximately 16 million people live in this province, and might I add, some of the best looking and brightest minds. And so that's about a quarter of South Africa's population. And Gauteng produces approximately 34% of the national economic output. We have Johannesburg, which is the continent's deepest concentration of financial services, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, OR Tambo International Airport, as well as leading research institutions and universities. Although we have had some setbacks in the last decade and a half, we still retain significant manufacturing capabilities and logistics networks, and a large concentrations of corporate headquarters. And most importantly, we have complex, interconnected sectors in which technological innovation can translate directly into economic value. So this is why we are of the view that AI should not be treated as a niche technology sector, and certainly should not be viewed as something to be feared or resisted. It is increasingly a capability that will shape the competitiveness of the entire economy. Now, the first part of the journey that we now need to embark on is ensuring that we are actively building the foundations of this AI-powered economy. And an AI economy requires more than just the algorithms. It requires digital infrastructure, connectivity, data, computing capacity, reliable energy, water, investment, research institutions, and of course, skilled people. Our education system needs to already start responding to the world that our children are going to be operating in and the workplace that they will be working in. The global competition for AI is therefore increasingly a competition between economic ecosystems. Now, Gauteng already possesses one of the building blocks of such an ecosystem, but our responsibility is to strengthen and connect them. So one of the documents, our guiding vision document in terms of the economic plan, is the Gauteng City Region Economic Growth and Development Plan 2030, in which the province sets itself a bold ambition to move beyond a number of disparate and fragmented interventions towards a much more coordinated approach towards investment, infrastructure, industrial development, skills, innovation, and sustainability. And more importantly, we've set ourselves some pretty steep targets, but certainly ones that we believe can be attained if we put the right systems in place. We've set ourselves a growth target of between 3 to 5% in the medium term, which, all things remaining equal, should enable us to translate that into no less than 500,000 jobs. Now, that's not even a drop in the ocean of what we need to turn this economy around. But 2030 is also not very far away, so we really have to start getting to work. But what we must also acknowledge and recognize is that AI cannot compensate for weak infrastructure or inadequate investment. It cannot substitute for capable institutions or poor leadership. But where these foundations are strengthened, AI has the potential to become a powerful multiplier. And this is where government does have a particular responsibility. We must create the conditions in which businesses can innovate, can invest, can research and protect their IP, where entrepreneurs can scale and workers can acquire the skills that are demanded by this changing economy. We must strengthen the connections between universities and other research institutions and attract investment intentionally into these emerging technologies by improving our digital infrastructure and ensuring that even the smaller firms are not excluded from technological adoption. South Africa is also continuing to develop its national AI policy framework. And that process is, of course, important because AI policy must not only address adoption and innovation, but it must also address accountability, safety, fairness, skills, and public trust. At provincial level, however, we don't need to wait for every single policy question and piece of legislation to be resolved before we start building those economic foundations. And that's the position that we've taken. We are actively working to develop the partnerships, to support innovation, to build the skills, to attract investment, and to start creating that infrastructure that will enable this next wave of technological advancement. The second key thing and priority for us is to ensure that AI becomes an enabler to our ultimate goal, which is strengthening the productive economy in Gauteng. These things may sound contradictory to each other because certainly one of the biggest critiques of AI is that it's going to render people redundant, and that there will no longer be a need for human intervention or a need for human ingenuity. But certainly we don't hold that view. We think that the AI economy cannot be separated from the economy that we already have. AI will it is already increasingly embedded in manufacturing, in finance, in agriculture, in logistics, in energy, healthcare, mobility, and services. And so, in identifying our 12 priority sectors, we have also been quite deliberate in challenging business leaders and challenging some of our government officials who are involved in these action labs to thinking deliberately about how we can position Gauteng as a tech-enabled province. Now, our strategy is not just to chase technology for technology's sake. It's to modernize the productive sectors that we already have, whilst deliberately developing those that will become the next engines of growth. And I can touch on a few of those. I mean, manufacturing and automotive sector are very key. and part of our 12 priority sectors. And within there, we can see already that AI can improve predictive maintenance, quality control, production planning, supply chain management, and so on. Logistics is another area that benefits greatly from these technological advances. Financial services, I mean, AI is already transforming fraud detection, risk management, and customer services. And our markets have distinct languages, distinct consumer behavior, regulatory environments, and developmental challenges. And that creates an opportunity for African innovation. But that innovation must be intentionally harnessed. It must be intentionally developed, and it must be supported financially and otherwise. Now, as the MEC responsible for both economic development and agriculture, I see significant potential, of course, in applying technology across the agricultural value chain as well. Gauteng's agricultural strategy is focused on food security, as well as commercializing emerging farmers, growing agriculture, promoting exports through our Made in Gauteng program, and of course, driving agro-processing as one of the key levers of economic development and one of the key industries that we are focused on. But for every priority sector, we need to be asking ourselves some key questions. Where can AI materially help us improve our productivity, our competitiveness, and our growth? How can we ensure that the use of AI is helping companies to export more, to reduce their production costs, to improve their quality? How can we be assisting SMMEs to access their necessary markets or strengthen particular value chains? And that's the conversation that we are certainly having internally. Thirdly, this is my last point, is that technological progress does not automatically produce inclusive economic progress. In fact, if Bill Gates' musings are anything to go by, the inverse is probably more true. And this matters enormously in Gauteng, where sophisticated financial and industrial centers exist alongside high unemployment and economic exclusion. We must therefore ask what it means for Gauteng to become an AI hub, where at the same time our young people don't have the skills to participate in the economy that's being created. What does it mean if large corporations choose to adopt AI technologies while smaller enterprises cannot afford or access the relevant technology? And what does it mean if township entrepreneurs become consumers of the AI economy, but are never able to participate in the development, in the service provision, and becoming players in the sector? And this is not the outcome that we want. Our economic priorities are very clear. We want to attract investment, create sustainable jobs, and strengthen good governance. And AI has an opportunity to allow us to advance all three. A recent World Bank analysis of online vacancies across a number of African countries, including South Africa, found that nearly half of the job postings that are currently active required at least one digital skill, while advanced skills such as computer science and data analysis were required in approximately 1/5 of postings. Now, demand for generative AI skills has expanded rapidly within South Africa, recording more than 1,000 vacancies, active vacancies that required generative AI-related skills. The implication for this is very clear, therefore. Skills development cannot be centered around the problems of yesteryear. They have to be able to help us resolve the future. We've taken some baby steps in that regard, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And I think the relationship between government, universities, and business will be increasingly important in helping us to develop the kind of fit-for-purpose training and skills solutions that are actually required within the sector. I'd also like to touch a bit on our broader investment mandate and the journey that we are on as a province. At the recent 2026 Gauteng Investment Conference, the province secured approximately 206 billion rand in investment commitments, which are supported by 90 bankable active projects. And over the past 2 years, Gauteng has successfully mobilized over 500 billion in similar investments. But the real measure of success is, of course, in the rate of implementation of these projects, but also in how they are able to translate into job opportunities, skills opportunities, and ultimately growth and GDP growth in the province. So we are also using and thinking about how we can use technology more effectively to track and measure our impact and be able to hold ourselves accountable as government when we embark on projects and programs such as this. Now, as I move to close, you know, just a little life hack. When a politician says, as I move to close, you can estimate there's another like 20 minutes or so left, so don't get too excited. But I will actually move to close. As I move to close, I want to leave you with these few thoughts, that the history of economic development shows that technological change rewards those economies that are quick to respond, to build the capabilities to adapt, and to participate and compete. Fear is not going to get us anywhere. We have to look this new technology in the eye and ask ourselves, how do we respond to it? How do we participate in it? And more importantly, how do we lead as Gauteng and as South Africa in this new wave of technological advancement? We must actively rebuild our productive base with an understanding of the technology that now defines us. We must actively attract investment and modernize our industrial base. Artificial intelligence presents us with a number of opportunities, but if not well managed, if not proactively managed, we are at risk of being left behind in, indeed, one of the most monumental moments and shifts in human history. And our ambition for Gauteng is we want Gauteng to remain the economic engine, not just of South Africa, but of the continent as a whole, and be able to anchor the regional growth and development within even our neighboring countries. We want the investment to translate into functional operating enterprises. We want technology to translate into stronger productive capacity. And we want innovation to translate into new businesses, new markets, and sustainable jobs. And most importantly, we want young people to participate not only as spectators and users of the technology, but also as its builders, as its contributors, and hopefully as its owners as well. Our responsibility now is to make sure that we make those choices deliberately, so that Africa is not simply a market for the next technological revolution, but a key participant building and creating this new future. With that, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to engage yourselves today, and I wish you well for the rest of your deliberations. I hope that after today's sessions, we will be able to also have a clearer picture of where this new wave of AI is taking us as a country. Thank you.
A round of applause once again for MEC. Thank you so much, MEC Ramokgopa, for setting the tone so powerfully. And I think this gives us an important starting point for today's summit. AI is not simply a story about what technology can do. Like the MEC said, it is what we choose to do with the technology.
Indeed, Sally, and just building on some of the sentiments shared by the MEC there, if we want AI to drive growth, create opportunity, and strengthen competitiveness, we need more than just ideas. We need infrastructure, connectivity, computing power, skills, investment, and an ecosystem capable of taking innovation from an idea to implementation and ultimately to scale. And that makes the role of Africa's technology and telecommunications sector so central to this AI story, which brings us to the next speaker.
As Africa accelerates towards an AI-powered future, connectivity, innovation, and digital inclusion will be critical to ensuring that the benefits of AI reach businesses, communities, and people across the continent. In this partner address, Dr. Maki Yankees, Group Executive, Innovation and Transformation at Telkom South Africa, shares her perspective on the role of innovation and connectivity in shaping Africa's digital future, and how Telkom is positioning itself for the next era of technological transformation.
The Honorable MEC Ramokgopa, CNBC leadership, esteemed delegates and guests, everyone streaming across the continent. The joys of speaking after the MEC is that I just get to say, all protocol observed, and I stand on her protocol. Good morning, and thank you to the CNBC Africa leadership for bringing us together. We're meeting at a critical juncture where artificial intelligence is shifting from just a technology conversation into one of sovereign economic competitiveness. To open today, I want to share a key figure that demands a reflection from us as a collective. Now, if there's anything that you're going to remember from my speech, is this number called 0.6%. The lady with the beige jacket from Telkom, 0.6%. The true markers of an innovative nation, moving beyond being consumers in the age of artificial intelligence, is our domestic research capacity, is our sovereign digital infrastructure, is local data ownership, and deliberate capital allocation towards homegrown problem solving. Yet, according to the South African National Advisory Council on Innovation, our gross domestic expenditure on R&D specifically sits at around roughly 0.6% of GDP and is declining. Peer emerging and global economies invest between 2% and 4%, with the OECD average sitting at around 2.7%, and leading innovative economies around the world investing up to 5%. While global peers aggressively capitalize their innovation pipelines, our domestic investment specific to R&D, moving us from being consumers to dictating the terms and being creators, has seen a decline, with private sector contribution lagging behind public sector spend on R&D. AI is often described as the next technology revolution. But more importantly, the question for Africa, and the MEC spoke significantly on that, is whether it becomes the next great economic opportunity. Access to AI alone will not make South Africa more competitive. The real question is, what must we build to turn AI capability into meaningful economic and societal value for our country and for our continent? Telkom is proud to power the summit because we believe we have a critical role to play across three key dimensions: as a consumer, as a contributor, and as a producer of AI. As a consumer, we're actively internally applying AI through platforms such as Bar4 and Voice of the Customer engines to improve our operations, understand our customers, and turn data into intelligent decisions. As a contributor, we believe in the future of South Africa. We're investing in the broader ecosystem through digital skills and through our recently announced investment in our AI Institute and enterprise programs, because a competitive AI economy cannot be built by large corporations alone. As a producer, we believe that Africa must not settle for being merely a consumer market for foreign algorithms. We must build technologies and solutions tailored to our languages, and that is why we continue to invest in language translation technologies. We must build technologies for our industries, our infrastructure realities, and our communities, and thus we continue to collaborate within this area. This vision relies on two interconnected foundations: digital infrastructure and human capability. Our networks connect millions of South Africa. It is no secret that OpenServe provides some of the longest fiber infrastructure and supports our increasing digital economy. BCX brings cloud, data, and enterprise technology closer to organizations putting AI at work. And through our focus on innovation and skills development, as well as investment in entrepreneurship across South Africa, we're helping to create the capabilities needed to turn new technologies into solutions that respond to real South African and African challenges. In closing, real closing, innovation without infrastructure does not scale. Infrastructure without skills does not create capability. We need the engineers, we need the researchers, we need the entrepreneurs, and leaders who know how to apply AI responsibly. And finally, technology without trust will not achieve adoption. Our task today, as a collective, and beyond the summit today, is to connect these pieces. Move from AI as an experiment to intelligence that drives real economic progress for our businesses, for our communities, for our country, for our continent. Thank you very much.
Dr. Yankees, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time. This is an important African dimension. To this conversation, we cannot simply take systems developed elsewhere and assume they will automatically work here. And then there is the question of control. If AI systems can act autonomously, how much autonomy should we give it? That's where this conversation gets really interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Autonomous AI Agents and Next-Gen Automation, and to our CNBC Africa colleague, Zinathi Kuma, who will lead our first panel discussion.
Artificial intelligence is entering its next phase. AI is no longer simply generating answers. It is beginning to plan, reason, collaborate, and act. Autonomous AI agents are set to transform how organizations work, automate complex processes, and redefine the relationship between humans and machines. But what does agentic AI look like when it is deployed in the real world? And what could it mean for Africa? Meet the experts exploring what comes next. Dr. Ndivuo Makondo, research scientist and manager, IBM Research Africa. Working at the forefront of AI research, Dr. Makondo brings a perspective grounded in both advanced technology and the realities of developing AI for African contexts. Sasidar Parvataneni, Managing Executive, Cloud Operations, BCX. With deep expertise in cloud operations and enterprise technology, Sasidar brings the infrastructure perspective. Because autonomous AI cannot scale without the computing power and digital foundations behind it. Nabil Rajab, Technical Solutions Architect, Cisco SA. Bringing a technical and solutions-driven perspective, Nabil explores what organizations need to create secure, connected environments where AI can operate at scale. Kutlwano Chaba, Chief Digital Officer, Salga. Bringing a public sector perspective to the conversation, Kutlwano explores how digital transformation and AI can reshape the way municipalities and public services work. Portia Matsena, Divisional Executive, Hyperautomation Group Technology, Nedbank. At the intersection of banking, technology, and automation, Portia brings a practical perspective on how intelligent automation is transforming complex business processes. Guiding the conversation is Zenati Kumar, anchor at CNBC Africa. Zenati is a familiar voice in business and financial journalism. What happens when AI moves from assisting humans to acting alongside them?
Well, I'll have you know that AI can probably read the news better than me and introduce my panelists better than me, but it cannot outdance me, and I demand a dance battle with Maximus before COB today, okay? And of course, AI can also not pronounce my surname correctly. It's Zinati Guma. Thank you so much to our audience for joining us today and to my wonderful panelists for this very interesting discussion that we are going to have. Just before we start off the conversation, I just want to gauge the texture of the audience. By show of hands, who owns a business or who works in a corporate that is using agentic AI? Okay, it seems most people are half and half. All right, so a lot of people actually know what we are talking about today. And of course, my panelists are here with me because they are experts in the field. So we're really just delving into agentic AI and the case that is being made for it to transform how businesses operate and ultimately its impact on society. And really the conversation will explore how AI agents and multi-agent ecosystems, AI swarms, need to look like in an African context within African compute realities and real deployment constraints. So thank you so much for your time. Now, I guess really just a simple question to you, Portia. For those who are not yet using agentic AI, just a simple explanation on what it is.
A simple explanation, I will say, basically what it does, it augments you. It augments a human being to be able to do those tasks that were simply repetitive. It does it for you. So that's simple.
Yeah, all right. We will delve deeper into that and really look at the kind of tasks that it replaces and if there is any threats to jobs or any kind of jobs at any level within organizations. But I firstly want to ask, what is AI doing for each of you, for your business, your sector, or your clients? Portia, I'll start off with you.
Starting with me, at Nedbank, I'm responsible for the Center of Excellence, and that is where we do our R&D. So basically, what does it do for Nedbank? What we do is we ensure that, and you've seen the title says Intelligent Hyper-Automation. You're probably asking yourself, what is this intelligent hyper-automation? But we recognize that anything that you automate should have some level of intelligence in it so that you can scale it easy, and also it can be responsibly scaled. So that is where we do it in the Center of Excellence. We have done a lot of process automation, such as our fraud processing automation, which has reduced our time from fraud process capturing from 30 to 40 minutes to 2 minutes. We've also rolled out a lot of AI technologies within Nedbank that have actually helped us to achieve a value of 375 million. So we measure, those are the things that help us measure the impact that it has within our bank. To say we have intentionally put a value to say what value can we derive out of this. But I want to add, Zinati, that with that, we see, like I said, augmentation.
Yeah.
It augments our humans and it also reskills them to act differently.
Okay, we will pull into some of those threads throughout the conversation. Kutlwano, at Salga, what is agentic AI doing for you?
So thanks. I think to To start, Saga kind of exists to help municipalities better run their operations. So I'll answer my question through that lens. So what we have done, at least from a Saga developing AI solutions, has been in focusing on a number of citizen-facing processes that can, that actually are quite common in what municipalities do. One of them, in what we've done in using agentic, especially in the fraud prevention space, is in the approval of what we call indigents. Indigents are people that live below the poverty line. They apply to municipalities to receive free basic services because they meet a certain criteria. But unfortunately, there's a lot of Zinatis out there who've got jobs, and they apply either way, claiming to be indigents. And there's been a problem with municipalities to really validate, verify, and kind of augment that process to approve those that are deserving, and also ensure that those that aren't actually become ratepayers and pay for their municipal bills. So we've done some work in that space and have seen some real value, and actually converting some who are meant to be ratepayers from being fake indigents to become ratepayers. So again, there's also a revenue swing in addressing that. So we've seen that. On the infrastructure side, we've began more recently on monitoring municipal infrastructure, especially on the water side as well. Again, monitoring using IoT and sensor technology, but then using AI to actually orchestrate the data between what is happening in the infrastructure and then help with infrastructure maintenance and the like. So I could probably take another 45 minutes of all the other use cases that we're playing on, but that's really some of the critical parts, more the citizen-facing, so that those that get services, that need services, get the services, but also using AI to actually monitor and protect our infrastructure.
I mean, thank you for that context, and I think it also helps me for my next panel discussion. I think just before lunch, where we'll be talking about smart infrastructure, really, you know, how that AI-powered infrastructure can help, particularly in sectors that provide public goods and basic services. Nabil?
Yes.
You come from Cisco.
Yes.
Yes. What is AI, agentic AI, doing for you?
What isn't AI doing for us?
Yeah.
It's really becoming quite a critical strategy in pretty much every facet of our business. Everything from research and development to our products, you know, we're embedding agentic frameworks into our products, and even to our operations as well. So, in fact, just yesterday, we announced internally, and I think I can share this, that every single one of our employees is going to have their own agent. Associated and assigned to them. And of course, this is coming back to Portia's comment. It helps us augment our own roles within our organization. But what it does a little bit more than that is it follows us as the user, which also helps with things like addressing risk and access and compliance around what we can and can't access, and that agent will be able to follow us as an identity within the organization. So, you know, like I said, there's many facets to be able to answer this question, and from an operational perspective, you know, what we're seeing is that agents are becoming a very critical way for us to scale and for us to validate what we're doing on a very efficient basis, in a very efficient way. Without that research capability that it allows us to do with projects like Glasswing, with Anthropic and Daybreak with OpenAI as well, and being able to use their agents, the Mythos model, we won't necessarily understand where the vulnerabilities in our own infrastructure lies. And so we're using, some of those projects to develop our own software and infrastructure in a much more safe manner in order for us to actually take that to market. Because if we can't do it in that way, we're introducing vulnerabilities into the market, which we want to try and avoid as well. So so there's many answers to this, but those are just a few.
Yeah, and I think also just what you brought in, safety, very, very important here on how to use it responsibly. Sasida, BCX, the role of agentic AI there?
Good morning, everyone. See, BCX as a services organization, one of the largest systems integrator. Now, we play a crucial role in adapting agentic AI. We already started that long ago. In terms of what is it for us, at the moment, we are trying to develop use cases where we can increase efficiencies and increase productivity of our engineers. with skills shortage, I mean, there's a lot of talk about taking away jobs, but we don't see that happening. We are only seeing more and more jobs being created. So, for example, we are using it especially in customer service operations, network operations. In customer service, as an example, we have increased automated response rate to our customer queries by 62%, which is increasing efficiency. And the quick response rate is also bringing the resolution time down to 2 minutes from what it used to be 15, 16 minutes. So we are seeing significant increase in efficiency increase and repurposing the resources that have been doing the repetitive job in focusing on providing better customer service. So in network operations, for example, we are automating majority of the repetitive jobs and trying to create more value and at speed can we deliver to our customers' request. So and lastly, we are focusing more on developing more skills. Now, agentic AI, while the agents can do what they can do, you still need skills in order to dictate the agent what exactly is to be done. And we are focusing on developing that skill as Telkom Group.
I mean, I was going to come back to that later, talking about, what agentic AI is doing for you, boosting production, also augmenting the skills of the employees, because there's this narrative that it replaces more the entry-level jobs, really reshaping how companies hire. Are you saying that is not the case?
See, the entry-level jobs, I think, will be replaced. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen. But it's going to create more entry-level jobs in a different space. So, I mean, we have seen that happening with every technology introduction. So, when virtualization was implemented, the number of hardware engineer jobs reduced. When self-healing networks were introduced, a lot of network engineers' jobs were reduced. But a new job role was created in order to handle those. So we do not see, yes, some of the entry-level jobs that have been doing mundane tasks will reduce, but there'll be further enhancement in new level of entry jobs. So I do not think it's a big threat. It's only going to be empowering the society with more and more opportunities. And one aspect of creating new jobs is the level of knowledge and education required to do an entry-level job is going to significantly reduce because of having the power of AI in your hands. So you don't need to go to a 2-year course to understand what needs to be done in this new entry-level job. You probably have, I mean, how many of our kids are interacting with AI already without even getting to high school? They're doing it, right? So they get into a car, and they're speaking to the car if there is AI embedded into it. So it's happening. You can see it's more human interactive. So because of which the levels of education required to handle it also is going to reduce. So when it reduces, eventually, you don't need as much as time spent in learning things to do stuff. It reduces, and that increases the opportunities for jobs. So that's my analysis for what's going to happen.
All right. Ndibuwo, coming from IBM Research Africa, I mean, you're coming in from a research lens. Just talk to me about how you're viewing agentic AI at this point and the kind of research capabilities that need to be put behind it.
Yeah, no, thank you. So at IBM, we use AI to build AI, right? So I think IBM started this AI journey much earlier. So the strategy is that if you're going to sell technology, especially AI technology, you must use IBM as a client zero. So you must demonstrate to your clients what you can do with AI rather than just selling. So we started in the early days with chatbots. So we've sort of automated most of our administrative HR tasks. So as a manager, then I have an Ask HR system that I can use. Of course, I can still use the traditional software to do that. I can start seeing more productivity that way. Now with agentic AI, we shifted to using it to prototype our software. So as part of research, our job is to do research, R&D, development, prototype, in order to infuse new innovations to product. So our code does not necessarily end in product, but the knowledge and best practices does. So then we end up having to build a lot of software that gets thrown away. So if you're going to throw it away, then you can start using AI to develop it, so you can innovate at a much rapid pace.
Yeah.
I also play a double role as a research scientist and also a manager. I always have this conflict between how much administrative task I have to do versus technical work. Now with an agentic AI at my disposal, I can do more administrative without putting a lot of effort on it, and I can focus more on technical work that I need to do.
Dibuo, when I asked the audience to put their hands up in terms of who's already using agentic AI, there were a lot of hands actually that didn't go up. And I want to ask you, do you think that every organization should be using agentic AI? And really, what is that light bulb that needs to switch for a business to realize that they do actually need to use it?
Yeah, I think it depends on the use cases. Right. So I think a lot of AI agents that we see out there now are mostly for code generation. So obviously, if you're building applications, you want to use that as your assistance. But we're also starting to see AI agents also moving into other domains that are more applicable for business. And these are some of the work that we're doing now, to have data agents. So these are agents that allow you to connect your data sources, and you can go through the data management process through an AI assistant that helps you to reduce time from data to insights. I think that's going to be applicable across the board. And I think even more so for small organizations that don't have access to data expertise. Because I think we have been talking about data-driven decision-making, but there's a lot of bottleneck on actually preparing your data and have it ready for analysis.
Yes, Portia?
Yeah, adding on to that, I think most organizations can use agentic AI.
Yeah.
And especially you spoke about the entry jobs.
Yeah.
And I look into what are the type of entry jobs that can be automated. From our side, what we looked at is the entry jobs such as your tellers when you go into the branch. So what we've done is we've introduced that, and it has helped those entry jobs now to start selling, where it has increased our sales from 5% to 13%. But that is excluding home loans and cars. But it helps when you're doing a lot of administration. So I believe that 90% of organizations can deploy agentic AI and then reskill those individuals to focus on better jobs.
Well, I mean, I actually want to ask, particularly Portia and Kutlwano, where in the agentic AI journey are you in terms of, most of the functions that you're using? Is it a pilot phase, full enterprise developments? Are you using AI swarms, multi-agent ecosystems? Portia?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're quite advanced, but we are there because we've deployed a lot of solutions. We've deployed our fraud process solution.
Yeah.
We've deployed our cross-selling solution. And we've also done, from a development perspective, IT for IT. We've built a platform called Idea to Impact. Basically what it does is we want to respond to a customer faster. So what we do, anyone that has an idea, puts an idea onto the system, then it takes it through the entire life cycle until that idea becomes a product, from your development to testing to all of that. So that is from within the GT group technology itself. So where it now helps with business process analysis, it helps in taking your idea and constructing it to something better, then eventually giving you a prototype of that idea. And those are the things that we've already deployed.
Yes.
So we're already a bit advanced in terms of doing it. But with regards to the swarms is quite complicated, and I'll tell you why. We're at an infancy stage, because if you look at the bees, like the flying swarms or the birds, and eventually, as they work together, they're working towards a certain destination. And that destination, somebody must account. So you have a lot of them flying towards a certain destination. Who takes control of this? That's where control and governance comes in place. Who's responsible for the actions? Because they're all doing autonomous actions. that have got to be controlled and governed. And that is why we're a bit cautious, still
Yeah.
testing it within our center of excellence to see where it's getting us.
I'm going to come back to you on governance and regulation. Kutlwano?
Yeah, so internally, yeah, we're probably more advanced as in SALGA itself, from a productivity point of view,
Yeah.
but also we do a lot of reports, a lot of data analysis. So there's a number of agents that we've created that kind of orchestrate the data movement and documents and the likes. So that's the boring stuff for now, I guess.
Yeah.
But some opportunities that we've kind of lined up on our roadmap for local government are really about agent to agent. What do I mean by that? We've started building independent agents, one through our local government LLM project that we've done. There's a language agent that does a lot of translation and the likes. We've got a lot of language in the country and we need to be inclusive. So you mentioned the thing about pronouncing your name, right? But how do we ensure that all the information in local government is accessible to everyone in whatever language or in whatever format? So if they can't read, it's available in audio. But then what if Kutlwano needs to bury a loved one this week and they need to kind of plan and book a grave, pay for the grave, be allocated the actual slot for burial, for the actual grave to be dug? How can we start building agents that speak to the different applications or systems that already exist in local government? And that's what we're moving towards. So still a bit on the behind the curve a bit, but I think when we look at some of the opportunities that we see, speak to about removing all the process or departmental silos that we find right now within municipalities and let the agents speak to each other from the different systems.
Well, I mean, just talk to me about the cost perspective. How you're looking at that, because obviously the cost curve is steeper as you go from proof of concept to optimization. So then how are you dealing with that? And both you, Kutlwano and Portia, if you can please just weigh in on that.
I think it's about investment decisions. So at the end of the day, we talk about AI, but ultimately we're talking business.
Yeah.
So right, how do we position the problem statement, the business case, towards what we invest in to speak to exactly what the results we want to see? So generally, what you've seen in local government and perhaps even government in general, there are a number of grants that are actually available for infrastructure and the likes, and a bit less grants that are actually ring-fenced for everything digital. But be that as it may, we've been piggybacking on some of those grants that are on the infrastructure by kind of defining digital infrastructure as part of the overall infrastructure definition. So we are actually spending money on some of the pilots and getting municipalities to ring-fence some of their revenue into just rolling or scaling up those solutions. But from a long-term point of view, as SALGA, we are lobbying both National Treasury, POCTA, to kind of say, how do we expand the definition of infrastructure to include this digital infrastructure conversation, and then have a ring-fenced digital transformation grant that can go into municipalities, just to sort of move with speed.
Portia?
So that depends on the tooling. For example, if you're using your Microsoft, your personal agent, if you have a Copilot license, you can still do your personal agents and all of that. And also, you can also build your autonomous agent when you have access to your Microsoft Studio. So that's also in the licensing. So that doesn't impact the organization as such.
Okay.
But when it comes to development, using tools such as GitHub, and that is where now you're talking tokens and starting to use all of that, that becomes a bit expensive. So it depends on the type of job that you're doing. But on autonomous agents using the Microsoft Copilot or your Microsoft licenses, it's still the cost within what you're paying for.
Nabil, I think earlier on you spoke about employees getting their own AI agents. Do you think that that is an illustration that we can have a healthy tension between AI autonomy and human control?
I don't think it's just a healthy tension. I think it's actually a necessity because coming back to the governance question, how do you position accountability in an organization for these systems that can act autonomously? And so one of the strategies in dealing with that is being able to assign these agents back, it could be fleets of agents, back to an owner. Different teams in an organization, different people in an organization have different levels of access.
Yeah.
And if you look at how that access is handled, it's handled on an identity basis. So at Cisco, the way we look at it today is we have human employees and we have non-human employees. We have human identities tied to that employee, and we have non-human identities. And it is those identities that we can use to define access, and then those identities that we can use to be able to implement accountability. Because that access is there in order for us to be able to have traceability on who can access what in an organization, and it should be the same for agents as well. So it's not just a healthy tension, it's actually a necessity, I would say.
Yeah. Sasida, just looking at, obviously, agentic AI is, working towards a goal, and there are levels that it takes to get to that. Do you think that there are certain levels within that journey where we can be comfortable with removing human intervention and some levels where we cannot?
No, I think human intervention is an integral part of the design when it comes to agentic AI. When we speak of AI swarms, you're talking about an agent speaking to another agent.
Yeah.
And another agent speaking to another agent, and ultimately deriving a business outcome. Now, when your business outcome is very clear, now you can design the entire path by some principles that do exist in the IT world from a long time. You do it secure by design, you do compliance by design, you do control by design. However, the new aspect that is going to be introduced, a couple of new concepts that will be introduced going forward in that design is going to be observable by design.
Yeah.
Because you should have the ability to observe and stall it when it's going in the wrong path, right? And not wait for it to go in the wrong path and then hold somebody accountable. So that is, and that requires human intervention all the time. And enhancing the design over a period of time also requires human intervention. So for me, there are multiple layers, especially when you start doing, and it happened in the past with another technology called containers. So when there's a concept called Docker Swarm, for example, which is the container orchestration platform. Now the name itself is given because there are too many containers, and now in the earlier days, if you had something going wrong, you could say this is the reason for the mistake. But now, because the moment you introduce AI agents that are working in a swarm, you do not know where exactly the problem is. So observability by design is something that we are focusing on to make sure that whatever we design has human intervention and the necessary accountability at all stages.
Yeah. I think I'm getting a signal here that I don't have a lot of time, but this is a very, very interesting conversation, so I would like to at least give the audience 5 minutes, if we can have a Q&A session, because we also do want this to be engaging, where it's not just us that's speaking, but that we also get input from the audience. So I'm just going to ask Ndibuo one last question before I get to the question and answer session. And when you do get the mic, please do not contextualize your question. Ask the question and then say who you are and who the question is directed to. Ndibuo, before we get to the Q&A session, I want to ask you about data sovereignty, because you have these AI agents using data that does not belong to them, that is going outside of the African continent to places that you might not even be aware of. So how do we approach that in terms of this agenda that we have of data sovereignty, but where we have these kind of leaks of data within agentic AI?
Yeah, I think what we're starting to see is a lot of data centers being built locally, so you can address that issue of your data going outside the country. But of course, as an organization, you still have to worry about your data going into that data center provider.
Especially for sensitive sectors like banking and municipalities as well.
Yeah, of course, one way could be you're looking at, maybe deploying your own model locally. You don't have to build the model yourself. There are a lot of open source models out there. But of course, that requires that you have capabilities in-house, or wherever you want to get them,
Yeah.
To do that. And another thing that's related to the cost issue is that a lot of agents that are being built now are leveraging these frontier large models, but most enterprise tasks don't need frontier models. They're very simple. If you think about document processing, you don't need a GPT-5 class intelligence just to process a document. So you can start thinking about what your pipeline should look like, especially when you think about multiple agents. So you can have one large frontier model that does the orchestration, and then you have these smaller models that potentially are deployed locally that can touch the sensitive data. And you can sort of control what data gets sent to the frontier model that's more provided in the cloud. So maybe only send insights rather than the raw level data. So you have to think about maybe looking at 80% of your pipeline having smaller models, and you're only invoking the larger model when necessary.
Nabil?
And if I can just add, yes, it's something that we're looking into as well. We've actually released a number of small language models, very small models, specifically for security use cases, because we understand that these are very sensitive use cases, and it's where organizations, and not all organizations have access to large models or can host large models locally in their environment. So these small models become very, very useful and needed in order to understand certain security use cases and be able to protect themselves when organizations are building and scaling. So like, for example, one of the models that we've released, open weight model that we released recently called Antares, it's a 1 billion parameter model, and what it does is it actually finds vulnerabilities in your code. So these are some of the use cases we're playing with at the moment.
All right.
And also to add, I think when we think about AI agents, so it's really software that's wrapped around an LLM, right, where you can have multiple LLMs.
Yeah.
But there's also the tools that are being called are actually not running on GPUs. So these are running on CPUs. There's an article that AWS released where they're looking to sort of reduce the number of operations on CPUs, because they've started seeing that these agents are calling a lot of tools, and those are being executed on CPUs. So when we focus more on frontier models, we're just thinking, expensive tokens, GPU compute, but there are a lot of processes around it that are happening on the CPU.
All right. All right, a quick one. I think we can maybe take 2 questions. Please put your hand up. I think there is... there at the back.
My name is Leseja Moroba. I'm a director at Aerospace, Maritime and Defense Industry Association. I chair the Space Committee as well as the Artificial Intelligence and Quantum Committee. My question is threefold. The first is, with the slew of 4IR and 5IR technologies coming to the fore, encapsulated within AI, how do we transition our supply chains to become advanced supply chains to be able to keep up? Secondly, what are the areas of dual-use technology that we introduce as part of the standard regulatory and policy environment to be able to make all of these things work in a repeatable fashion that is safe? And lastly, how do we address POPIA? Thanks.
All right. Anyone that can...
Sure. Let me answer some of them. I think the last one was on POPIA.
Also remember, we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think at least from a local government perspective, when we look at the infrastructure and what you just said about managing the supply chain, we've seen that and reminded each other that municipalities are actually branches of the same company. So it's the same sector, we all do the same thing, and we're moving towards having common infrastructure, common platforms, almost setting a template on certain use cases, on how certain use cases can be ran. And it's no different from an AI point of view. What we're building from a SAGA stance or viewpoint is that if you do an LLM, or an industry LLM in this case for local government, it's something that can be used and applied across all municipalities. So there's a lot of economies of scale benefits that come into that space. From a POPIA point of view, which kind of speaks to the sovereignty part as well, is that at the end of the day, you want to classify the kind of data and the processes you're dealing with. Some things are just not sensitive. We really don't care where the data is housed. But then some data, which is probably only 20%, is highly sensitive, then you can be much more nuanced in how you respond to that. So for me, those are things that we're at least looking at from a local government point of view, but you can really expand it further to all of government, all three spheres, having common infrastructure and really piggybacking on what CETA is doing, what Centec is doing, and then have that common stack from an AI, from an infrastructure, whatever the case might be, so that we have those supply chain and value chain benefits.
All right.
I also wanted to just comment on, I think the question was around the supply chain, and what we are seeing is that the supply chain itself is shifting, right? There's a whole new generation of supply chain. Because of the augmentation that we're getting with AI and how we build these systems, that's introducing a whole new supply chain, and we need to be able to manage and govern that as well. And so some of the strategies that we're looking at is identifying what is it in that supply chain that you need to assess, and then putting in the right toolings to assess that. So for example, where are your models coming from? What tools and access to tools via MCP you're using, and how do you scan that and make sure that those are safe and coming from reliable places. So yeah, these are some of the things that we're doing in terms of supply chain specifically for AI. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's part of the supply chain. Cool.
All right. Yes, and I think that is all we have time for. We are under pressure, but thank you so much for your ears, and to my wonderful panelists for their expert insights. And I think really what I'm getting out of here is really, organizations working to harness agentic AI responsibly. So thank you so much to you, my panelists.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zinati, and our panelists as well for opening the first panel of the day, and of course setting the tone and perhaps exploring autonomous AI agents and next-gen automation. Now, we have heard about the power of autonomous AI. We've explored the boundaries that need to surround it. But now, perhaps we should take the conversation into the boardroom.
Absolutely, Guillermo, because ultimately, technology only creates value when organizations know how to put it to work. And for African businesses, the question is becoming increasingly urgent. How do we turn AI from experimentation into competitive advantage?
And additionally, how do we make sure that AI strengthens rather than undermines the relationship between business and the people they serve? And that is part of our next conversation on AI and the future of African enterprise, reinventing trust, growth, and competitiveness.
Artificial intelligence is becoming a defining force in how businesses compete, grow, and earn trust. For African enterprises, the opportunity is enormous. But so are the questions. How do CEOs harness AI to drive growth and competitiveness while protecting trust, people, and the integrity of their organizations? In this powerful conversation, Kenny Fieler, Group Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of ABSA Group and ABSA Bank, brings the perspective of one of Africa's leading financial institutions navigating the transformation of business through technology and innovation. Joining him is Dion Shango, Chief Executive Officer of PwC, offering a broad view of how AI is reshaping business models, leadership, and the future of work across the continent. The conversation is moderated by Godfrey Mutizwa, Editor-in-Chief of CNBC Africa. Two CEOs, two perspectives, one defining question. How can African enterprise harness AI to build a more competitive, innovative, and trusted future?
AI, I gotta say, the one thing that we still need to work on is the languages, right?
Yeah.
And I think the one thing that AI has not been able to do so far is to create time. So last night, I was at a Busa dinner, and Mr. Mtenjana, the CEO of Busa, says to me, Godfrey, if there's one thing I'd like to do, it is to pocket time. AI can't pocket time. We're running out of time, so I'm going to try and see if I can get these gentlemen, who are the allocators of capital, to help us understand how AI, one, is impacting the bottom line, and secondly, what capital is going there, and thirdly, a very difficult question, are they looking at what that means in terms of the jobs that Africa requires? May I remind you, Africa is not able to create the jobs that Africans require. 12, 15 million young Africans are entering the job market every year. AFDB figures show that only 3 million jobs are being created. The other 9, 10 million, where are they going? What will AI mean for those young people? Perhaps therein lies the solution. So let me get at the outset. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get your high-level thoughts in terms of the kind of impact, and I realize this is a developing situation, the kind of impact that you are seeing AI having in the financial sector, I guess, let's say also on ABSA operations. Kenny.
I think there are a number of areas where we are seeing very, very good and positive impact of AI. In the first instance is around client experience. The time it takes now to onboard clients has shortened quite significantly because all the background work and checks can now be done fairly quickly by AI. And secondly, when it comes to query resolution, instead of our own agents having to look at different screens, pull information from all over the show, AI can now do that and make sure that it is presented on one screen and people can be given immediate answers. We're also leveraging AI in our IT team through coding. In fact, most of the codes now that our IT team develop and launch are effectively done by AI. There are, however, in the short term, elements that I'm not happy with. Everyone wants to spend, and everyone wants to sell us all sorts of different AI tools and so on. And the trick really is being able to choose the right tool for the right problem. Otherwise, you could go into a spending spree and not realize the benefits that you want.
Yeah. I'm going to come back and ask you the kind of budgets that you are seeing, you are being forced or you are being asked to allocate to AI. But before we do that, Dion, let me get your thoughts as well.
Sure, thank you, Godfrey. And I guess in professional services, the traditional way of thinking about that industry is that time has been our trading stock for the longest period. We sell time to our clients. And very often that is brought to life through hourly billings for the work that our people do in the industry. Now, many of our clients have already told us that actually they do so much more themselves, leveraging and using AI, that it gives them the power to do a lot more than what they used to need us for in the past. So that requires us to reimagine what our future role will be, what our value proposition will be in such a world. Many commentators out there have said that industries such as ours could become extinct if we don't reimagine that value proposition. And whilst there is some truth in that, we are actually excited by the opportunity that is brought about by AI. And here, it really compels us to make sure that we upskill and reskill our people in order to reinvent that value proposition that we bring to clients in the industry. One of the speakers earlier spoke about the fact that indeed AI can be seen as a threat in terms of taking away jobs at a particular entry level.
Yes.
Now, many of the firms in my industry, in professional services, see themselves as training institutions, right? We produce people like professions such as chartered accountants, for instance. And so how do you train a chartered accountant of the future in this world of AI, when the technology will actually do much of the mundane work that used to be performed by that graduate or first-year article clerk or associate. So these are the questions we have to start thinking about of how do we maintain and even enhance our relevance in a world that's much more impacted by technology.
So it sounds to me like you actually answered Mr. Mtengena's issue around time. You are able to, in a way, pocket time, as you put it, because of the speed at which AI is enabling you to do things.
Correct. The previous panel spoke very well about the power of the agentic technologies that are being used currently.
Yes.
We're seeing it in our own organization as well. We have, for instance, a sustainability reporting tool that one of our teams has built that has taken work that used to take 2 weeks and reduced it into a couple of hours. That's just one agent,
sure,
right? But you need to actually make the investment in upskilling and reskilling your people so that they can do the building of the agents and leveraging and using them in the right way in order to achieve things like that.
So I'm still trying to get my head around some of the figures that Sid mentioned when he came here. The 76 seconds that it takes to produce a car by Xiaomi. I looked it up on the internet, I did see the number, and I was absolutely worried because I couldn't just get my head around how that's possible and what that potentially would mean. But perhaps I'll sit down with him and he can get those numbers because I'm originally from Zimbabwe. I've dealt with millions and billions and trillions and quadrillions. And Sid was frightening me. Kenny, let me come to you. We are seeing incredible numbers that are being mentioned around the spend around AI. Some of the previous speakers referred to the numbers that came out last night from NVIDIA. They doubled revenue in that quarter, and they are projecting that they are going to increase revenue by 70% in fiscal 28. That's a lot of money. What does that mean for a bank like ABSA in terms of that required capital spend? Because the prices that you're going to be paying for that technology are growing up. And I also want to understand if you're beginning in your planning to actually put aside a budget that says this is AI spend, and how significant is that?
We spend a lot of money on tech, on digitalizing our own sort of platforms, as well as on the deployment of new tools, AI tools in the main. And the trick here is to be clear about the problem of the value extraction that we're trying to get. There has been historically a lot of money spent by banks globally on a whole variety of things. And there's data that has confirmed that nearly 80% of that spend does not really result in tangible benefits. But unless you experiment, unless you spend, you'll never know where you're going to get and extract the real value. So you have to spend to be able to find the right areas and to be able to extract value. But you need to make sure that that is linked very, very closely to your actual sort of impact that you're trying to get. And we tend to think of it in the following ways. I think the first is what impact are we trying to make in our client base? Are we improving client experience? Are we reducing costs so that we can drive more volumes and make things cheaper for clients? I think if you adopt that lens, you are likely to target your investment spend and your deployment of AI tools in areas that will give you the biggest impact. The second is about how do you drive your internal efficiencies and so on. We've got a number of people who are employed in our call center, in our operation areas, who deal with processing as well as the resolution of client sort of issues. By just looking at how they do their work and the inefficiencies that are inherent in those processes, we can leverage a number of AI tools to make their work far more exciting, take away the mundane, boring stuff of pulling information from all over the show, and in the process significantly enhance employee experience and simultaneously improve the turnaround time to the resolution of client issues and so on. And we're starting to see that. And there's also just making work generally efficient. I get piles and piles of documents, especially if it is the board cycle, the board subcommittees and the actual board volumes running into hundreds of pages. I now run sort of a Gen AI to summarize these documents for me.
How many do you have?
And I sound very clever in meetings because everything has been summarized.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know one of our executives actually has something like 3 agents. I don't know how many you're going to end up with. But
we use
finish your
different
thought.
tools because, I mean, even these tools,
Yeah.
they've got their own limitations.
And it's
For
transforming
example,
your life.
I mean, on board books, you can get exceptional summaries, but Copilot can also help you with regard to prompts and questions that you ought to ask and so on. So it's all horses for courses. But these tools can make you so efficient.
Yeah.
I mean, the responding to emails, for example, has been made so easy in that as we are sleeping, AI can read all your emails and prepare responses. All you have to do is to review them and make sure that they are appropriate and then send them and so on. So there's so much efficiency that can be derived, but you have to make sure that you are deploying the right tool for the right problem. Let me make this point, that as a bank, there are also certain obligations that we have. I mean, we use a lot of AI in our credit scoring, but you can't just use AI and decline alone. Or sort of approve alone. You must be able to explain how you got to the decision.
Right.
So there's also a need to understand the logic behind some of these algorithms so that we're able to explain. If someone decides that they're unhappy and they want an explanation as to how you've declined them, you can't say AI did it.
I'm very happy to hear that if my loan is declined, I can pick up the phone and I'll call the CEO's office and ask why it's been declined. Come in, Dion, and I also want to add the dimension around the impact on jobs. And I know this is a sensitive one, but I want to understand to what extent these increased efficiencies are beginning to perhaps have an impact on numbers.
Godfrey, we have to be honest and face the fact that, yes, AI is disrupting work. And in a country like ours, with such high unemployment, South Africa that is, together with other countries on the continent that have a similar challenge, this is something that is real for us in terms of the impact of AI and whether it will cause those unemployment rates to go up even higher. Now, yes, AI for most people starts off as a productivity tool. But if we merely keep it at that level, then I think we are missing the point. And Godfrey, probably the question being asked more than any other in boardrooms right now is the question on return on investment. You spoke earlier about the dizzying numbers that are being invested in AI, what NVIDIA is generating at the moment. And more people are starting to ask the question, when is a return going to be seen on all of this investment and the spend? So that return cannot only come from productivity gains. And what this means is that more and more leaders, more and more CEOs out there will have to be much more focused on actually aiming AI at growth. We need to actually aim AI at growth in order to create more jobs, certainly more jobs than those that the power of the productivity of the tools it takes away.
Sure.
And I think that is the trick for most leaders out there, and that is the opportunity that sits in front of us. When you think of the fact that Africa has the youngest of all populations in the world, the youngest populations of all continents in the world, the so-called demographic dividend. If young people are that one cohort that are first to adopt the technology, then surely that puts Africa in a much more advantageous position than most other continents. And so we need to make sure that we turn our young population on this continent into a formidable asset that can generate for us a significant return on investment. And I think that's how the thinking needs to shift around. Is AI a threat to jobs, or is it something that can actually develop this continent a lot faster?
Yeah. Answer as well the issue around skill and the reskilling that may well be required as we approach these changes that are fundamental. I think everybody who has been speaking here has been talking about the fact that what we are seeing is something that we have not seen before.
So probably 3 things that will require the most investment. Number 1 is skills and reskilling, like you said. Number 2 is energy and infrastructure. Simply put, without energy, there is no AI. And number 3 is trust and governance. To grow the AI sustainably, it needs to be operated within well-governed frameworks and used responsibly. But certainly that first point for me, the first priority is skills and reskilling.
Yeah.
The fascinating thing for me about Africa is that our research shows us that already nearly 2/3 of workers are actually using AI. And so in many respects, Africans are ahead of their employers. They're not waiting for someone else to hand them the AI, right? They are keen, they are embracing it. Now, how do we take all of that enthusiasm and energy and harness it in a way that will actually tackle the most challenging needs and problems that the continent has?
Yeah.
So the opportunity is there.
Absolutely. Can you come in as well? And I want to add the issue around that Dion has raised on regulation. You operate across the continent. Speak, if you will, to regulators. We know that, what do we say about bankers? Bankers are conservative people, and by nature, regulators are even more conservative than perhaps the bankers themselves. But AI is demanding different questions, asking different questions out of us because of the speed at which change is coming. What message would you have for them?
For regulators?
For regulators, indeed.
Well, I'll tell them in private.
What will you tell them?
But there's no doubt that I think many of the regulations that are still applicable to the banking sector were developed in a completely different era for the right reasons in the main to protect the depositors. That's really what regulators tend to worry about when it comes to banking. And therefore, when you see all of this conservativeness, it's because banks take someone's deposit and they aggregate that and give it to someone else as a loan. So at the end of the day, we have to make sure that if a person defaults on that loan, the bank will still be able to honor its liabilities, i.e. pay the depositors what they would have placed with that particular bank. So that's really what the regulations are aiming to do. And I think that is for justifiable reasons. So they'll require that we hold capital. They'll require very stringent liquidity sort of ratios that we should keep as a bank and so on. And they'll require a whole range of things that are aimed at treating customer fairly and so on, which speaks to the point that I made earlier on about being able to explain your answer and your decision in a manner that makes sense to your customers and so on. But I think those regulations, in some respect, can also hold back, or aspects of those regulations can also hold back innovation, the speed at which we deploy things, the speed at which we change our own models. For example, our own risk models, credit decisioning models. We can't just develop and innovate and launch the model. We must make an application to the Reserve Bank and must wait for them to approve and hope that they'll approve very quickly. So there's a question of speed of deployment and the ability to innovate, which sometimes gets stalled by just the approval process that is inherent in being a bank. So that's just one thing that I think if regulators can really shorten their decision-making time and the approval period, it will accelerate the innovation and the rate at which we're able to do things, improve client experience, and launch product. I think there's the second element that goes with it, which is the cost of some of these regulations that make our own banks and financial institutions uncompetitive relative, say, to American sort of banks. I'm not suggesting that we should deregulate, remove capital rules, and all of these rules that are intended to create safety and protect the banking system. But sometimes we can go overboard and ignore the fact that we're a developing continent, we're a developing country, and some of these rules can be so onerous that it deprives our economy of the much-needed capital that ought to be deployed elsewhere. So I think there are certain things that regulators ought to change with regard to the onerous nature of the regulations in order to allow for more capital to flow into the economy. Let me touch on one point that Dion made around the critical need for energy. I attended a seminar a couple of weeks ago where there was this conversation about AI. And one of the speakers made a very profound point about the danger of effectively widening the gap between the developing world and the developed world when it comes to AI, purely because of energy supply.
Sure.
That if you really want to modernize and accelerate your economic growth without energy, you can't do that effectively. And given the constraints of energy in the African continent, we run the risk that would be left behind and that gap would widen between the developed world and the developing world, purely because of energy supply and provision.
Absolutely. So the nice thing is that, so my job is to report every day on the issues that face the African continent. So I happened to have an interview the other day with the chairman of ESCOM, and he assured me that they have moved from a situation where there has been no power to a situation now there's surplus power. And then the other day in Tanzania, they doubled the installed capacity for power generation through the inauguration of a new one. And of course, in 1985, SADC began talking about the Inga Dam. May I also posit that the Inga Dam is also in the background. So maybe energy might not be so much an issue, Kenny, than perhaps it is in other parts of the world. But I joke, of course. Come in, Dion. Let me get your thoughts as well around regulation. And I'm going to ask you a more difficult question and say to you, isn't what perhaps we require, given the changes that we are seeing, a revolution in terms of banking regulation as well as the financial sector regulation, because of the impact of what we're seeing from AI?
Excellent question, Godfrey. I mean, banking or financial services regulation is only one part of it, and I think Kenny spoke eloquently to that. I think looking at it more holistically, what would be a real tragedy for any young African company or startup out there is if that company has to navigate 54 different rule books of regulation for 54 sovereign states on this continent. So if I were to give some advice to regulators out there is that by all means, let us try and harmonize as much as possible. Let us try and take a leaf from what has been done by regulators in the EU and apply more risk-based regulations. Regulations that will not slow things down, like Kenny said, or stifle innovation. Where risk is low, make sure that the regulation is a light touch. But most certainly, where risk is high, things such as credit scoring, like Kenny said, or healthcare, make sure that the regulation is firm and fit for purpose. So this balance that has to be struck between protection and innovation, on the other hand, is something that we need to get right as a continent if the growth in AI adoption will be sustainable on the continent.
I can promise you that I'm going to be asking that question out of the regulators, the finance ministers that we talk to from time to time. Let me get your closing thoughts, Kenny, just in terms of where you see AI going and perhaps the areas of opportunity. You occupy powerful positions where you make decisions that impact millions of people. Just generally, your thoughts in terms of perhaps how we should be approaching this thing. There are many that are scared, there are many that are excited, but as Dion says, we need to find that equilibrium.
Yeah. I think AI will transform the world of banking. I mean, we can already see, even without the advanced models, how the world of banking has changed quite rapidly. And I think that change is going to be accelerated. The ability to access services cheaper, to aggregate them and to configure them in a completely different format than we're used to. I think AI would enable that. I think the cost to serve will significantly reduce as a result of AI. So the institutions that are able to adapt quicker and target their spend in areas that make the whole difference are likely to be the winners of the future. And those that are laggard are likely to be sort of losers. But there are certain aspects that would also need to be attended to. As we advance in solutioning and solving client issues, we also have criminals who are innovating.
Of course.
I mean, if we look at the scams that we've had to deal with, I mean, in the bank, say about 10 years ago, they were easy to detect. The emails, I mean, there'll all be all sorts of mistakes, the spelling errors, wrong font, wrong logo, and so on. The scams that are now hitting the market are completely different, near impossible to tell, a genuine email from a false email. Near impossible to tell a fraudulent phone call from a legitimate or from the one that is being made by a legitimate, bank employee and so on, because criminals are leveraging AI to search about Godfrey. By the time you get a call from a fraudster, they know your wife's name, your children's name, they know your ID number, and so forth and so on. So they give you information that is so close to the pin that you believe that this is a legitimate call, which means, therefore, that we need to think also about how do we improve our own security to protect our own customers, but also to protect the integrity of the system, because these tools are not just being used by people with genuine intention. They're also being used by people who have other intentions and so on. So there are new complexities and new challenges that arise in the sort of course of development and rolling out of these AI tools.
Absolutely. Dion?
No, I mean, Kenny is absolutely right. We need to adapt almost as fast as the technology itself is adapting. And even before the advent of AI, cyber risk in totality is one of those risks that is top of mind for most CEOs across the world.
Indeed. In case, in the long speeches in our discussion, you lost one other point. There was one that stuck in my head, and it was around that AI is going to reduce the cost of banking. That means for you and I, the cost of those fees are going to be coming down. Please help me to thank our panelists here, Kenny Fihla, Dion Shango. Thank you.
Thank you, Godfrey, Mr. Fihla, and Mr. Sango. And I certainly share your sentiments, Godfrey. In this economy, lower banking fees is certainly a win for us all. Now, that conversation certainly gets to the heart of what today really is about. We have just extensively explored how machines can increasingly plan, reason, and act. But a follow-up question is one that is worth noting. Just because AI can do something, does it mean it should? In this case, who sets the boundaries? Who is accountable when things go wrong? And how do we begin to govern technologies that are evolving faster than many of the rules that have been made to govern them?
Indeed, Guillermo. Our next conversation goes beyond regulation, because governing AI is not simply about writing rules. It is about trust, accountability, ethics, human oversight, and ultimately making sure that the development of AI reflects the realities of the societies in which we operate in. So let me welcome again on stage CNBC's Africa Editor-in-Chief Godfrey Mutizwa, who will lead the next discussion.
Artificial intelligence is moving faster than regulation can keep pace. So, how do we govern AI in a way that protects society, encourages innovation, and ensures Africa is not simply a consumer of technology, but a shaper of its future? In this important conversation, Professor Letlokwa Mpedi, Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg, brings his expertise in higher education, governance, and the future of Africa's knowledge economy to the question of how we navigate the opportunities and responsibilities of AI. In conversation with him is Godfrey Mutizwa, Editor-in-Chief of CNBC Africa. Together, they explore what responsible AI governance should look like for Africa and how we balance innovation with accountability as the technology transforms our economies and societies.
AI. In future, I'm going to bring my avatar to come and interview Professor Mpedi, because AI is probably going to do a better job than me, given the skills levels that we are seeing. Thank you again for your time. Thank you again for your attention at this second CNBC Africa Summit. Now, Professor Mpedi and I go back a little back in time.
Yeah.
He wrote his first book, and I promised I'll try to read it. I tried. I swear, Prof, I tried. I tried. Now here's got another one, and I'm going to have to make the same promise again. But welcome back, Prof.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
So I have got 5 questions that I'm going to ask Professor Mpedi. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
1, I'm asking him, how do you govern innovation without killing it? And I'm asking in relation to AI. 2, how do we make sure that AI on the African continent is something that we own, not something that we are simply taking from outside? 3, how do universities in the age of AI behave in a manner that benefits society as a whole? What role do they take?
I think I must bring an avatar myself with all these questions. You must give me time to think and answer.
Well, an avatar would remember all those questions,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
2 more. Trust and ethics and accountability. How do we tackle that difficult one? I mean, you heard Kenny Fittler talking about these scams that coming into our inboxes every single day. I have a personal experience
we can't keep
where
up.
my details were stolen and someone went and actually made a claim that was successfully paid out. Luckily, they were caught. And so the transaction was reversed. And then 5, we've got to talk about Africa and AI development into the future. So let's begin.
Yeah.
Question number 1, governing AI without killing it. How do we do that?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to see you. You know, you must keep up with the reading. I mean, let's start with the book. You know, this is a book I co-authored with my predecessor, Professor Marwala, Artificial Intelligence and the Law. I'm a lawyer by training, so I must make that disclaimer. If you want to talk about developing algorithms, experts are here. We have to play an important role as Africans and contribute from different fields. It's not just engineers, and I've got nothing against engineers. Now, I'm a firm believer in the importance of institute buildings. What do I mean by this? We need relevant institutes that will help us deal with these issues. I'll give an example. At the University of Johannesburg, we launched last year the Institute for AI and the Law. And the aim is to ensure that we advance responsible, responsive technological development, responsive innovation alongside legal readiness, because we believe that is important. We don't want a wild west out there, otherwise it's going to be free for all, and that is where you get these challenges where people do things that do not help. And we need to empower our regulators, because, and I'm sure many people in business will tell you, as a university, I don't want to name and shame.
Sure.
Try and come up with some innovation, something that has not been done, and approach our regulators and say, help us launch this thing. People are afraid to make a call about something that is not in statute books, something that is not in our regulatory frameworks, and you'll sit there and you can't move forward. But there are also people who are ready to sit down with you and say, tell us, how does this thing work? How can we deal with it? And say, we're going to do it with you. So we need to empower our regulators, and we can sit and blame our regulators, or we can work with them.
So my question was going to be, and I want to pick up on the empowering of the regulators, because it's a carefully chosen word, I can see that. How do you empower them?
There are many ways, go to where they sit and invite them to events like this. Universities like ours, we've got free courses. They are not free. Our CFO say, VC, stop saying they are free. Of course, but if we say we spend money to develop them, then it can be a turn-off. But for the user, for the beneficiaries, it's free.
Sure.
And in the space of AI, 4IR technologies and so on, because people fear what they don't know, especially on the continent. We need to educate people. Because when people talk about AI, they use it as something that is going to destroy people. Yes, it can destroy, but it can benefit, it can build, and we must look at it from that point of view.
Absolutely. So I want to combine the next two questions. The need to build AI sovereignty for Africa, and what is actually required for us to be able to build that intelligence.
Yeah, firstly, my view is that we need proper infrastructures. I listened carefully earlier, people talking about data centers on the African continent. I mean, that's a good thing. The second important point is I'll go back to proper regulatory frameworks. You know, data protection frameworks are extremely important. And that as Africans that we are not taken for a ride, you know. And how do you avoid being taken for a ride? I think we are strong standing together as a whole continent, 54 countries, about 1.4 billion people. Then we have a stronger bargaining power than as an individual country. If you go as South Africa, how many people? 65 million. I don't want to pick other African countries, but they're small African countries. You say, hell no, we're not going to work with you. Big corporations will say, go to hell, basically, in a polite way, of course. And then you can't compete with them. But as 1.4 billion, we say, look, you work with us as AU or take a hike. I'm sure they will listen.
In the academia, are you doing that work? And I'm asking the question mindful. I think there's an African Academy of Sciences, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
And I want to know if there's a structured approach to AI at the AU level that we can say from time to time we can check progress.
Well, in the academic space, I know that academies of science come up with policy, come up with guidelines. All I can say to you, from my point of view, there is still more work to be done. Remember, you know, as institutions of higher learning, we don't have lots of resources that we can move as fast as we'd like to. And we can do more work if we partner together with industry and many generous donors. There is more work still to be done.
There's a lot of work to be done.
That's right.
Yeah. So one of the figures that the MAC spoke about when she came, she said, if there's one thing that you should remember about me today, remember 0.6%. I think you had not arrived.
No.
And she said that's the figure that is being spent on research and development in South Africa, i.e. 0.6% of South Africa's GDP. A figure that pales into insignificance when you look at the more than 2% that's being done in the developed world. From an academic perspective, what are we doing on that front? Are we seeing enough money being put into research and development? Do you need more money? Who should we be asking for that money?
Oh, we need lots more money, lots of more money. Look, the government, of course, but we know the resources are limited. There are competing needs. Industry partners, please come work with us. We recently visited Warwick University. I was blown away by the Warwick Manufacturing Group, where you know, they are partnering with industry, especially in the automotive industry. They have degrees, you know, that people sign up for these particular degrees that include apprenticeship. Half of the time their students are in class, and half of the time they are working in industry. And I'm like, oh, with the amount of money that are available in CETAs, if people are to sign up with institutions and you graduate, I mean, in a year they register around 800 students. And students that graduated, they already guaranteed jobs because they've spent half of the time in industry employed, working and studying. And, you know, if they are not at work, of course, during working hours, they are studying. And they are guaranteed their jobs. I mean, we'll deal with the skills issues that we are facing. We'll deal with unemployment, youth unemployment, and we'll make good progress, you know. So there are models out there.
Sure. So who needs to help? I come back to that question because I think it's an important one. We know that government budgets are constrained because the demands are many. I'm looking here at collaboration between, one, the universities themselves, and then, as you have just alluded to, and then secondly, what about the private sector and universities as our think tanks for providing these solutions? Often we hear that our governments do not listen to the academia.
We shouldn't generalize. Of course, there are instances, yes, where we can
I
work
have a few
better.
examples, Prof, because I know that there are many approaches, for instance, at universities across Africa, where students are demanding freedom, students are demanding funds, and of course, it's always a challenge when you come up against the authorities and you get a lot of no's.
Yeah, well, across, I thought of South Africa, yes, you know, we need to work together, learn from each other. Let me take it one step back. Firstly, we need to deal with unnecessary red tape. I'll give an example. I always say, take South African universities. Most of the time, we fly over Africa and go to Europe. Fly over Africa, go to North America. It's important to do that, but we can do a lot more together on the African continent as a starting point to learn from each other and develop our continent. But to do that, we also need to clear a lot of red tape. For example, here in South Africa, and I'm not saying other African countries things are better, I don't want to be misquoted. Following proper processes, having MOUs vetted properly, I can sign as the Vice Chancellor. But in other African countries, a simple MOU must go to you know, the Attorney General, to the Minister, Attorney General, and it delays
Sometimes
months and
to the
so
President.
on. Yeah,
Yes.
so those things must be cleared so that we can collaborate quickly and move at the speed of light. So we need to clear that if we are to take the continent forward. And one quick point, we need to look at universities differently. And universities, especially on our continent, have an important mandate. We have a developmental role to play because, you know, universities can and are playing an important role in uplifting communities and addressing a number of societal challenges that we are facing, and we need to support them from that point of view.
Sure. And final question is the role of the private sector in AI development and the role of our universities in terms of bringing those resources together. Should we be looking more for a collaboration between those two communities?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the private sector can do a lot in-house.
What can they do?
Yeah.
Working with you.
Yeah, they must work with us. We've got lots of talented, smart people. You'll see a lot of them, especially from UJ. and other universities, of course. And you can do a lot internally through your huge R&D budgets. But you cannot do everything yourself. So you can partner with universities at a fraction of the normal budget spent that you may have. You know, you can solve a lot of research challenges working with talented students, you know, with their master's and PhD projects. This is done a lot internationally. And you'll be developing a nice pipeline of future leaders in research, but also working with universities. That is just one example.
Absolutely. I think you heard the invitation. UJ is open. Should I say UJ is open for business?
Definitely.
UJ is open for business and for collaboration. Professor Mpedi, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
My inbox is in the post if those monies begin to come in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please help me to thank our discussant.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Thanks. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much to Professor Mpedi, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, as well as Godfrey there. Just moving us around the latest, perhaps, view on regulation and where we stand as a continent. I think there's been so much to munch on just from the start of the morning up until this point, Sally. But I understand the conversation is still set to continue as we move from the possibility of artificial intelligence and rather how it is being implemented.
Definitely, Guillermo, but implementation requires an ecosystem, it requires people, it requires infrastructure, connectivity, energy, investment, and the ability to build at scale. And that's exactly what we are going to do next. But first, we're going to give you a chance to step away from the stage, continue the conversation, and connect with the people around you. We have a 15-minute break, networking coffee break, if I must say. You are more than welcome to bring your coffee back in the room.
And of course, do enjoy the coffee and take the opportunity to meet someone new, perhaps continue the conversation beyond this room, and take a look at our exhibition pods as well as the AI theater over there at the back. And that's where you'll meet a number of our exhibitors and partners. That is Telkom, University of Johannesburg, Zenzar, ADG, Altron, FNB, Xylonetrix, Eduvos, Macrocom, Foresight Holdings, Thinker, and Forbes Africa. Now we will see you back here in 15 minutes as we turn our attention to one of the biggest practical questions facing Africa. How do we build the infrastructure to power an AI-enabled continent? Enjoy the coffee.
Into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing, into wrongdoing.
On finit par aller là où les démons nous tendent. Nous tendent. On finit par aller là où les démons nous tendent. Nous tendent. La vie se passe si je veux. Tout est bleu. Tout est bleu. Un peu de pluie, tout est fini. Et dans ce jour, tout est lourd. L'amour appelle nos âmes au ciel. Et parler là où l'idée mon temps.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2. Yeah, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah, yeah. 1 1 2, yeah. 2, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you're muted. Yeah. 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1. 1 2 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. Try balancing. So please remember, he's taking one out of these 3 mics. Here's the E. Here's just one. Yeah, 1. Yeah, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 1. Yeah. 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2 2, yeah. One, 2 2 2, yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. 1 2 2 2 2, yeah. 2, yeah. One, 2 2 2 2 2 2, yeah. 1 2 1 2 2 2 2, yeah.
À l'heure où les cyprès se balancent, les morts reposent au cimetière. Sous le sable, face à la mer. Si on allait au cimetière voir mon nom gravé sur la pierre, saluer les morts face à la mer, ivre de vie dans la lumière, dans la chaleur, le silence, à l'heure où les cyprès se balancent, les morts reposent au cimetière, sous le sable, face à la mer.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as the proceedings are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as the proceedings are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, Kindly take your seats as the proceedings are about to start.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 1.
Welcome back. We hope you had a chance to recharge and perhaps made a new connection. As for me, I reconnected with a friend that I last saw in undergrad. So I hope you did the same. As we continue with today's program, let us know what you think on our social media pages with the hashtag CNBC Africa, hashtag AI Summit 2026, and hashtag where AI meets the future.
And as the conversation continues beyond the Sandton Convention Center, there is certainly something that we have established this morning, is that AI is not operating in a vacuum rather. The intelligence may be artificial, but the infrastructure supporting it is very real.
Indeed. Well, AI needs power. It needs connectivity. It needs cloud infrastructure and computing capacity. It needs intelligent networks, resilient cities, and digital public infrastructure. And increasingly, it needs infrastructure that is not only efficient, but sustainable.
Absolutely, Sally. And across Africa, we have an enormous opportunity to rethink how infrastructure is designed, managed, and optimized. Whether it be smart grids and predictive maintenance, to renewable energy integration, to connected cities and intelligent transport.
So the question isn't simply, can AI make infrastructure smarter? Can AI help build the infrastructure Africa needs for the next generation? Zinati, please join us again for the next discussion.
What if artificial intelligence could help Africa build infrastructure that is not only smarter, but more sustainable, resilient, and accessible? Bringing together leaders at the forefront of this transformation is Stephen Santini, Secure Power Vice President for Sub-Saharan Africa at Schneider Electric, Sabine Dalomo, Chief Executive Officer of Siemens Sub-Saharan Africa, and Naeem Sidat, Group Executive, Digital Strategy and Venturing at Telkom South Africa. Guiding the conversation is Zinati Kuma, anchor at CNBC Africa. Together, they explore how AI can help Africa build smarter systems, optimize energy, unlock innovation, and create the resilient infrastructure needed for a rapidly evolving continent.
Please come closer. I feel like I'm sitting all alone here in my corner. Thank you so much to my panelists. Really looking forward to this panel discussion. And I think as we've gotten the sense of the conversation, we're looking at AI's role in building Africa's infrastructure of tomorrow. And of course, we know that infrastructure is the bedrock of economic growth, and AI can supercharge that through smart grids, climate resilience, climate resilient infrastructure, intelligent transport, and infrastructure management, with really the goal here being sustainability and efficiency. Well, thank you so much for joining me on stage, lady and gents. I want to start off with you, Naeem. Of course, I mean, this is the first question goes to all of you. Just lay the table for us on the key areas where AI needs to meet infrastructure for Africa's pressing needs.
Gosh, well, hello everybody. It's great to be back this year again. And I think last year we started this conversation around infrastructure. And I think that we're still having it means that it is topical, important, and much needed. I think from our perspective, you know, we've always been a key player in the infrastructure of this nation. Yeah. And Telkom has helped build some of the core infrastructure that has enabled the digital foundations. And when we started looking at AI, I think one of the key things for us very early on is that we started to treat it not as a technology, not as an application,
but we saw it for what it is. It's a value chain. It's a value chain that is globally connected, it's distributed, and it's highly concentrated, as one of the speakers said earlier. And so when we started looking at it, we started realizing that, it's not a question about whether we create infrastructure for AI. We are already part of the value chain.
Yeah.
Connectivity is pretty much the heart and soul of what makes that value chain work. So for us, it was quite natural for us to then consider how we build infrastructure that enables the nation to benefit from AI. Also, given the fact that most of the AI players are global, and so we've got to connect South Africa into the AI opportunity.
Yeah.
But at the same time, build that capability locally. So data centers, transmission networks locally, edge computing, everything that's needed in our country to be able to tap into it. And so that, for us as Telkom, I think it's been something that is very core to who we are. And it's been a natural conversation for us to start talking about how we leverage our assets, which are vast, and connect every part of our nation into this wonderful opportunity. So as we, I guess, talk a little bit about it more, we'll share a little bit about that.
So you are bringing AI to the people.
That's it.
All right. Sabine, where should AI and infrastructure meet?
Well, I mean, for us, really, what we see is AI as a new operating system for utilities, for infrastructure, communicating with, residents and industries. So when you look at it currently already, you have a scenario by which, some of the municipalities and state-owned entities in Africa are already using it and embracing it. They already take value out of it in, predictive maintenance, in call logging, in scheduling. But not all of them do that yet. So there is still a lot of opportunity for all of us to basically help them to get onto that, improved infrastructure. Because, at the end of the day, when we look in Africa, specifically in a context where money is not available in abundance in order to do projects, you really need to think about, you need to have data inputs and analyze that kind of data to come up with the right proposition for future investments, so that investments in infrastructure are right-sized. And every billion you spend or every million of rent and other currency you spend is well invested and has then later on also the benefit for the people to see that AI actually delivers better service. Because at the end of the day, the African continent has a unique challenge and a unique chance, is because we don't have some of the traditional hardwired infrastructure. We can leapfrog into the next level, into the NI-enabled infrastructure. And I just want to give you an example, which I find is something where it really can make a difference, not only in providing a service, but also in productivities for companies. If you think about like the rail network in the background, and you would be able to use AI, take Richards Bay Coal Terminal, I mean, they wait for the trains to arrive. So if they are able to have AI helping them to schedule the receiving of the coal from wherever it's going to be and schedule it for shipment going out of the harbor, you would be able to grow the GDP of South Africa significantly, because all of a sudden you can optimize the productivity and get more product onto the ship, and hence we all will be better off.
So would you say that the acceleration of smart infrastructure is not moving at a fast enough pace?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, that's interesting. I'm going to come back to that. Stephen, AI and infrastructure, where do they meet?
So I think it's easy to get caught up in the hype of AI in terms of the demand and the expectation. I think we need to have a look at AI in the context of the outcomes that you're trying to achieve. I think we see many companies, many organizations pushing for AI without really having a true understanding of what they're actually trying to achieve with it, right? Because more often than not, the outcome that they're trying to achieve is typically foundational rather than an AI-enabled outcome. And they need to start looking at AI as an accelerator, not the answer. So we can't drive AI without having the foundational infrastructure in place. So for many of us, for many organizations, for sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa as a whole, we need to almost take a step back and ensure that we have the fundamentals done first before we start trying to meet the demand of AI, because we will ultimately set ourselves up to fail. So for me, organizations like Telkom and Siemens and ourselves are deeply rooted in trying to achieve that, and Telkom's making huge advancements in their own deployments.
Yeah.
But those advancements are based on very clear outcomes that they're trying to enable for the population, rather than pressure from external forces.
Yeah.
So I think for me, a lot of it is slow down to speed up.
Well, that's actually interesting, what you're saying, that AI should be an accelerator and not the outcome, and that we actually need to first start with the fundamentals. Talk to me then about those fundamentals. What do we need to get right while we are trying to integrate AI into our infrastructure systems?
Of course. So we need to take a very honest view
Yeah.
of what Africa looks like today. For the most part, our infrastructure is still very analog, right? The foundational principle of AI is to consume data, leverage that data to drive the outcome that you're trying to achieve. And for us, whether we're talking about traffic lights,
Yeah.
which 1 out of 5 aren't even on, whether we're talking about communications, whether we're talking about power supply, these are all still very old, dated systems. So being able to try and pull data from an analog system is very, very difficult. So at a fundamental level, we need to ensure that our existing infrastructure is digitized.
Yeah.
We need to make sure it's accessible. I mean, today, I think in South Africa, 10% of the population don't even have access to energy. 5% is accessed illegally, which is obviously incredibly unsafe and causes disruption to the grid itself.
Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of advancements in our infrastructure on an electrical scale today. They've done great work, and it's improving year by year. We now need to make sure it's available to the masses. We then digitize. Once we've digitized and we have sensory information that we can access, we then have the fundamental data and obviously the communication network to transmit that data. We're then in a position to start actually thinking, okay, this is what it looks like. Now we have a view of the infrastructure. The data is telling us that this is how we can now drive improvements. So we need to kind of follow the steps rather than just going straight to the finish line.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you in terms of that energy factor. Naeem, I was stalking you before the session, and I came across your LinkedIn page, and it says that you are a reimaginer of the status quo. Stephen talks about focusing on the outcomes. What do you think the gap between the status quo is looking like right now compared to what you are imagining, and what we need to do to close that gap?
Yeah, it's a great question. The gap, I think, is relative to where you draw the line.
Yeah.
And what is the line that we set for our area? Earlier, we heard the CEOs talking about making sure we choose the right problem and then the right solution.
Yeah.
And part of that is then the right economics to solve that problem. We talked about constraints. The wallet is definitely not very deep in our part of the world.
Okay,
right?
yes.
So part of what we've got to figure out, I feel, is where is the good enough line? And it's a challenge to not over-engineer AI capabilities, etc., but to find a value for money line. To go based on the pocket that we have, based on our needs and based on our constraints, what is the right thing for us to do? The most economical value for money thing we have to do. And it's tempting to want to over-engineer. We have the simple saying within Telkom, are we trying to deliver cement in a Ferrari?
Yeah.
To do that. Yes, the cement bag will get there, but there's probably a cheaper way to do it. And I think that is where, I think as South Africans, we've always had that superpower. That ability to work with constraints, to figure out where the good enough line is, to leverage technology in the best possible way, but at the same time to work within the realities, as Stephen says, of our country, our talent, our money, our capabilities, what we're able to do. So our feeling is leverage our assets. And for example, as Telkom, we've got many of them.
Yeah.
Digital assets, property, our networks. We've built these over years. It's not about reinventing those, but it's using those to further the objectives of our country. And how do we play a part then in enabling every person in this room to be able to access AI? So a lot of our attention is going to the AI last mile to say, how do we play that role as Telkom in enabling every person, every business, every entrepreneur, every young individual who has an interest in this to connect with the AI economy in the most cost-effective manner. And I think that is the trick for us as a nation, is to figure out how we do as much as we possibly can with the constrained wallet that we're having to deal with.
Yeah. That's actually an interesting one, because I mean, after I asked Sabine the question, if we're moving fast enough, and clearly we're not, my question was that because of a lack of intention or willingness to implement or investment, and I guess it really speaks to what you're saying, that the pockets aren't deep enough. Sabine, how do you approach this kind of gap, looking at it both from a private sector and a point of view, and also the public sector?
Well, look, I mean, obviously there are two aspects to it. One is, I mean, we do know the dilemma of many of the municipalities, but also the states, the ability of them to raise funds for certain projects.
Yeah.
So one is really also using, collaboration with international funding agencies to think about like pilot projects, for instance, like the UK fund and UK Pact is quite active. If you think about the water system, to come up with ideas how we can improve the water infrastructure using digital tools, using AI for instance, City of Johannesburg, eThekwini, Nelson Mandela Bay. So coming up with identifying also what Naeem and Stephen said before, what are the constraints? Because often it is not necessarily that it's just money which is a limitation. It's often also the limitation that the people are too few in the departments. They don't have enough time. The problems are incredible, enormous, and just, mirroring resource to the size of the problem doesn't pin out anymore. So helping and using these kind of agencies, coming up with a blueprint, which they then can work off, that is one part. On the other end, you also need to make a valuable proposition. So if you think about, I mean, who is the one who is most concerned when there is not enough money in the municipalities? As a finance minister, right? Because if money is not there, you are not going to pay your bills. They have to forfeit, more tax money to pay salaries for these people. And so if you have a value proposition which you can pitch to a national treasury, to a finance ministry in the individual countries, where they can see, first of all, if you implement a tool which helps me, for instance, to collect revenue, so that, first of all, people start paying for water, electricity, for infrastructure. And secondly, be able, through, digital solutions and creating that data, to ring fence for the investment into new infrastructure, to really get the cycle going, that money is permanently available, and make sure that no scallum can tap into it, so that's very important. But the fact is, when you get into the cycle, you will see that, first of all, the risk, which is often assigned through the rating agencies onto African countries, will be reduced because you have a better collection rate, be it taxes, be it other services. And secondly, you are able to then also, because you are better, you get a better credit rating and get better interest rates. So in hindsight, you can invest more again into infrastructure. And I do believe it is important to communicate that as well to the population, because it's in the interest of all of us to have that kind of progress be made. But, you can't expedite it in a sense where you say, okay, well, give me a digital roadmap or an AI roadmap for instance, public infrastructure, and by 2030, I would like to be there. You need to take the whole system with, and that need to be analyzed and really find out, because water is different than electricity, transport is different than electricity, and also the interest of private capital on some of the different infrastructure challenges are also different positions. Like water is very hard to find somebody who comes with private capital to invest in there, while electricity is much easier. And as soon as you have private people involved, you also will see that they are more willing to embrace AI because they're more commercially savvy and commercial driven. So yeah, I think from us it's really finding that partnership, helping both parties, getting access to overcome challenges and get basically the blueprint going, and then also help them to make the value proposition so that they can't say no.
Exactly. As Sabine said, we don't need skelems. Stephen, I want to get into the energy factor. I mean, just part of the conversation is how AI can power the energy sector. And you're also looking at AI being a big sticking point in energy. Would you say that it is a double-edged sword, where on one hand it presents a new demand to infrastructure and energy, while on the other hand it doubles up as a tool for making infrastructure smarter, including energy infrastructure?
Yeah, one hand feeds the other. So
Yeah.
that's really where the double-edged sword comes in, right? So AI is the great enabler in that context, right? So you need to have the AI infrastructure in order to really monitor what you're trying to achieve, so those outcomes that we're talking about. The ideal scenario is that we have our own AI infrastructure that we host locally, applications that are developed locally and deployed by local South African organizations and engineers. But we can also leverage external forces if needed.
Yeah.
But ultimately, once we have a digitized infrastructure, we're able to then really understand where the efficiencies come from. That's really where the sustainability play is for Africa, right? For us to be able to identify where there's influxes in power that are potentially causing outages, understanding where can we be more efficient, being able to be more predictive with maintenance, understanding where potential downfalls are in the infrastructure design itself, even be able to use AI to help advise or provide guidance on the energy distribution as well as the physical supply itself.
Yeah.
So at the moment, South Africa is still, I think, about 80-something% coal. As mentioned before, we obviously want to try and limit that as much as we can, but sustainability can very often be a luxury, right? And AI can be an accelerator for us to be able to achieve that.
Yeah.
So that's really where the two come together. But again, that kind of foundational, modernized infrastructure needs to be in place for us to understand the data.
Yeah. All right. I will give the audience, I think, 5 minutes, a chance for a Q&A session, 5 minutes. Of course, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to ask, I think, one more question, and then we can get to the audience. There is a roving mic. Please remember, we don't have a lot of time, so please be clear and concise in your questions, and do say who you are from, who you are from, and who you are directing your question to. I want to come to Sabine and Naeem. Sabine, you talk a lot about grid transformation with automation at the center. Practically, what does that look like for everyone, and that's in urban and rural and remote areas?
Well, I mean, if you look at the grid transition, and specifically in South Africa, we'll see that, Stephen spoke about the coal dependency, but we do see that, many more assets are coming in. And, obviously, if you have a grid which has more than, a few big power stations producing the electricity, you need to basically manage a grid much more efficient, because now all of a sudden you have power sources which are not as predictable. They're depending on if the sun is shining, what the wind speed is. And so the management thereof, and specifically the management of the assets, is much more effective if you have we call it the grid edge, a digital grid where you basically can exactly see what the individual asset and specifically the substations feeding into the grid are doing. I'll give you an example. So it can be something as simple like an I/O sensor at a substation. Yeah? So if you think about, we sometimes have cables which get hot. So if you have a sensor on a cable where you can see if there's a temperature increase on the cable, but there is no load increase, then you do know immediately that there is a fault at the cable. It can be a termination, but it can be also poor workmanship, whatever it is be. But you are able to deploy immediately before you have any outages, before the asset has to go off, before we are impacted and actually know that power is not there. So these are the smaller aspects of managing the grid. But Stephen already alluded to, the prediction not only on the maintenance side, but also load forecast. What's the demand? How many people? If you have weather, it's hot today, we need an air condition. I mean, ask the European, they had a heat wave. Yeah, I mean, they had no power anymore. They had to switch off the plants because they could not forecast it, and they weren't prepared. Their grids are also not prepared for it. So, and seeing what we do currently in South Africa, and specifically the way and how we manage a grid, we are actually doing very well with the Department of Energy, but also ESCOM, managing a sophisticated grid to a transition we want to see. And I see as well the investment going into the grid to manage it more effectively is exactly on digital tools and AI.
Yeah. Naeem, obviously, telecoms infrastructure is quite critical in the national infrastructure landscape. I mean, with these growing AI demands, how are you thinking about using AI as an enabler to support these other industries, including energy, beyond connectivity?
Yeah, it started off with looking at ourselves first as the first core sector, I guess.
Yeah.
And you talked about foundations. We've always had a very good machine learning capability within the organization.
Yeah.
And so that was a really great foundation to start off with. And we've had a lot of success in the network, firstly, with surfacing the voice of the customer out of the infrastructure. That's really great. That actually helped us a lot in understanding how customers experience our infrastructure, mobile networks, our fixed line, etc. So that has been really successful. We've then started deploying that into the network to start helping us identify opportunities for predicting where things are going to go wrong before they go wrong. And that is starting to yield some good benefits from us. We just came out of a year in which we had a 99.9% uptime on our networks, which we're very proud of. But it didn't come without hard effort and work being done behind the scenes by a number of engineers in different fields. From there, I think we definitely see ourselves as a key part of that entire value chain. So are we going to be consumers of the value chain? Absolutely. We already have started doing that. But we see a big role for us to contribute to the value chain in enabling other sectors, and we have already been doing that in key sectors like agriculture, in energy, etc. We've got a number of different partnerships going. But beyond that also, we see a big role for Telkom in the future to be a producer, part of that core infrastructure that we've got to build in our region. And that's not too far off from who we are already. Our superpower has always been that we take technology and we productize and scale it in an emerging market context. And that's what we're doing with AI yet again. We've always done that. So it's a very exciting journey, but I think to sum up, yes, we're using it to drive benefits for ourselves, our own customers. We're using it to work with our partners. Sasi was up here earlier. Sasi has been doing a lot of that work with key sectors in different industries, from banking to retail to across the board. And I think that's the nature of how we see this playing out in the future. It's going to be an ecosystem. And we think Telkom is going to play a very big role in that ecosystem. And we're looking at other partners, private, public, etc., to come together. And to be honest, that's the only way we address the elephant in the room, which is the pocket problem. The pocket problem will only be addressed if we not go alone, or we work together and we collaborate.
All right. I think I have time for one question. Is there anyone who would like to? There's at the back. Okay, there's lots of energy. Okay.
Good day. Hi, Lesotho Moroba, wearing the hat for Auda NAPAD, the Semiconductor Initiative Technical Advisory Group. We have quite an interest in understanding the energy infrastructure plan broadly for the African continent, because we do have niche capability for semiconductor support, from critical minerals all the way through to chip manufacturing. And the question is, how do we align to establish a virtual power grid that can then establish a compute grid? Because those two parallels are going to be more significant going forward than historically possible.
Okay, good one. Sabine?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, obviously the digital power grid is largely already available. I mean, if you think about what we do in South Africa, particular around the renewable side, that's already to a large extent digital. So we're already there. I mean, computing it then later on into a demand forecast, I do believe there is much more work to be done. Specifically, I mean, Stephen mentioned on data collection. Yeah, I mean, from many activities, we do not have the data. It doesn't come yet together between industry and infrastructure. So there are still massive gaps in between. And the example I gave from Richards Bay Coal Terminal is one of them. So that is still a while ago. I do hope, you know, that looking at how far we accelerate and how quick we can progress on certain topics, that it will be faster than maybe in the rear mirror. But I think that's the main topic is we need to have the data collected in order to do something meaningful with it. And more important is the data need to be of a specific quality so that you actually can analyze it properly and make sure you have governance and cybersecurity laid over it to ensure, you know, that there is no leakage between the two poles of application.
Stephen, anything to add?
Yeah, I agree. I think the investment's already there for modernization of the grid in South Africa. We're seeing Johannesburg, Cape Town are putting a lot of effort into that modernization and digitization, bit of a mouthful, to really drive capturing that data. So we'll start to see now that spread outward into other regions, more rural, more in the industrial spaces. But we also got to remember that we can also take control of our own grid. So we're seeing more and more microgrids being deployed within the privatized space, whether it be industrial applications, whether it be in mining, in shipping ports, where they're generating their own supply and having control of their own infrastructure rather than being solely dependent on the infrastructure of South Africa. So we're seeing a combination between the two happening. It's going to be a few years still until we see that at scale, but it is coming. We're on the right path. But again, the foundational piece is in play. And we're seeing a lot of organizations working in parallel on the AI side to help enable the data capture, the analytics, and then to drive the right outcomes that we're after.
All right, well, we do have to wrap up the conversation. Thank you so much to the three of you for those very valuable insights, and also to the gentleman that asked the question. And yeah, there you have it, AI as an accelerator, and it is the value chain instead of the outcome. Really appreciate your time.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Zinati, Stephen, Sabine, and Naeem for that conversation. For anyone who missed it, a skelm is a criminal in South Africa. Now, we have certainly heard that the AI revolution isn't just happening inside computers. It is instead increasingly being built into physical systems that power our economies. That is smarter grids, smarter cities, and even smarter infrastructure. And we are slowly starting to see what an AI-enabled Africa could look like.
Indeed, Guillermo, but the more deeply AI becomes embedded in our economies and everyday lives, the more important another question becomes: how do we protect it?
Because every new capability creates new vulnerabilities. The same technology that can be made to defend a network can potentially be used to attack it. The same tools that can create convincing content can create even more convincing misinformation. And the very same systems that automate decisions can introduce risks we haven't anticipated.
So, if AI is becoming part of the infrastructure of our economies, security has to become part of the AI conversation. So let's welcome back CNBC Africa's editor-in-chief, Godfrey Mutizwa, who will put a spotlight on AI under threat.
As artificial intelligence becomes more powerful, so do the risks that come with it. From cyber attacks and data breaches to deep fakes, AI-driven fraud and increasingly sophisticated threats, the race to innovate must be matched by a race to protect. Bringing together a formidable panel of experts are Jabu Mtsweni, Executive Cluster Manager for CSIR, Next Gen Enterprises and Institutions, and Chief Researcher at the CSIR. Professor Bassie von Solms, Research Professor at the University of Johannesburg and Director of its Centre for Cybersecurity. Richard Walker, National Head of Risk Advisory Services at BDO South Africa. And Cliff DeWitt, Group Chief Innovation Officer at ADG. The conversation is moderated by Godfrey Mutizwa, Editor-in-Chief of CNBC Africa. Together, they examine the evolving threat landscape and ask the critical question: as AI transforms our digital world, how do we make sure it doesn't become our greatest vulnerability?
Thank you, AI. I have to keep thanking AI. Though someone told me, they said when you are asking it or if you are giving it instructions, you shouldn't say please. They said if you say please, it thinks you are weak. You need to just instruct it and tell it what to do. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. But I wanted to say at the beginning, please help me to thank my young lions that have been doing the presentations all morning, Sally and Kiamo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's what we do, and it's really lovely to see them holding the stage and talking about an industry that's going to shape their futures. The gentlemen I have before me, I apologize for the lack of diversity, are going to help us, I think, answer a fundamental question around AI. As you heard, how do we make sure that AI does not essentially get out of control? I think Kenny Fisher really spelled out some of the issues that they inside financial services are facing as a result of the advances that we have seen in AI. So I want to ask the gentlemen from left to right, what keeps them awake at night? Jab.
No, thank you very much. I hope the mic is working. I think for me, what keeps me awake at night is how, as users, we use AI, particularly our data, because that's where the key witness lies. What we feed the AI with, particularly from an organization perspective, as well as from our personal data perspective.
Okay, Cliff.
I think for me it's maybe a bit more fundamental. I think many of us are citing this as just another industrial revolution, and there's been lots of parallels drawn this morning to electricity and steam, etc. To me, this is fundamentally different. For our entire existence on this planet, humans have had the one benefit of being the smartest beings on the planet. And for the first time in our existence, we are, under our own volition, producing something that could arguably be smarter than us. And I think as a species, as a society, we are really not applying the right level of thinking to what that could mean to us and the vast change it could mean to us as a species. I think there is an evolutionary race happening that is kind of trying to be first at everything, but we're not really spending much time thinking about the consequential capabilities of it. And I think, to me, that demonstrates in some of the consequences that we're seeing. I mean, we heard about, for those that don't know, we heard about the OpenAI agents hacking the Hugging Face agents, where it took them a couple of months to figure out that this was happening. And this is what happens when you have capabilities that can reason, think, and act all on their own. So that's my big picture scare.
Richard?
Thank you, Chair. I'm more of a governance expert, Chair, so I would turn around and say the pace of AI adoption is running away from governance.
Yeah.
And it's creating this massive credibility and this massive step of accountability gap that organizations don't realize until it hits them.
Yeah.
And then everything goes wrong.
Sure. So it's not an opportunity, but it's something that worries you.
It is an opportunity.
Right.
If you can control it,
right,
be accountable for it, and have oversight.
Yeah. Bassie?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of very positive things about AI this morning, and all of them are true. On the other hand, I want to throw a little bit of cold water on the whole aspect of the benefits of AI. You look at the latest report of Interpol, and that's as of about a month ago, about the cyber risk situation in Africa.
Yeah.
It states that cybercrime is a clear and present danger for the economy of the whole continent.
Sure.
And cybercrime is growing hand over hand because of the use of AI. So we in that position, we have all these benefits getting it. On the other hand, the other side, our dear friends, the cyber criminals, are using the technology even better than many companies can use it. And they're bleeding us, me, you, as personal people. They're bleeding our corporations. They're bleeding the continent. The economic value and the economic growth of the country is impacted by that. We'll expand on that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But the fact is, cybercrime is absolutely the other side of the benefits of AI.
Sure. I'm going to pick the phrase clear and present danger for the African economy. That sounds dramatic. Are you not over-dramatizing it? Are you not being overly dramatic?
Yeah,
Is
no,
it as
no,
big
no.
a threat as you are making it out?
I have trust in Interpol, in the sense that if they make a investigation and they say it's going to impact the economy, the people of Africa, the growth of Africa, the children of Africa, I believe that.
So the next question then becomes, what do we need to do? Regulation, right? So let's talk about those regulatory safeguards. I'm going to start with you and move through the chain.
Me?
Yes.
Regulation is fine, but the solution here is not regulation.
What is it?
The solution is, if you look at all the newest research about cybersecurity and cybercrime, the main thing that comes to the fore is that for many years, and I'm guilty of that, I started 56 years ago with information security, and I've offered many cybersecurity awareness courses in my lifetime, which are irrelevant at the moment, with all due respect.
Yep.
The cybersecurity awareness courses we offer at the moment are irrelevant because they don't address the problem of cybercrime. If you look at Chatham House, if you look at the World Economic Forum, they say combine the silos of cybersecurity awareness and the silo of cybercrime fighting. Make it together. Reskill, we've heard a lot of reskilling and upskilling this morning. Reskill your end users, because statistics also show that the biggest targets are the people in the trenches, your end users. And the more sophisticated the attacks come, the more successful the attacks will be. And if your end user fighting in those trenches doesn't know what the risks are, they can't recognize the phishing attack, they can't recognize the deep fake, then they're going to fall for the attack. So reskill your people, make them not only cyber crime aware, cyber security aware, whatever that means, but make them cyber crime aware and create a culture. We've heard so much about a culture of cybersecurity awareness, which I think doesn't mean anything. Create a culture of cyber crime fighting in your company. Let every employer understand that he's as part of the defense of this company. And it's not something that is extra, it's part of its integral job.
Sure. So foot soldiers everywhere, policemen everywhere. Richard?
Absolutely. Chair, I think, sorry, can I call you Chair? So Chair, what we're saying is globally, regulation is rapidly evolving. But the problem is AI adoption is immediate.
Sure.
But what we mustn't forget, and what we must really take to heart, is that good governance principles haven't changed. They still remain intact. The board still needs to understand who's accountable, what risks are we taking, how the decision making is being monitored, and overall, sorry, I've said accountability, how decision is being monitored, but are we being assured on what is happening out there?
Sure.
We can't expect organizations that sit back and wait for regulation are going to be beyond. Those that carry on are well-governed organizations, and they're going to be well ahead of the rest.
So how do we get regulation to be or at the forefront or to keep pace with AI adoption?
It's going to be a difficult one. You know, as we go, AI is going to keep evolving. Regulation is going to keep changing.
Because the people who are in it are as
emerge.
much as the people who are on the other side.
100%. But regulation is going to, AI is going to evolve. It's going to carry on evolving. Regulation is going to change. New threats are going to emerge. But it's about us having an organization that's accountable, and that's actually looking to become a resilient organization. Those are the ones that are going to survive.
Sure. Cliff, one of the points Bassi made was around trying to make sure that everybody inside the company is cyber security aware, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And I'm actually reminded of our own environment, in our own business, the technical guys, the IT guys, from time to time send out these emails. I'm very sorry to say most of the time I ignore them.
Yeah.
Please give me some ideas around how we instill that sense of protecting the business, and also your own ideas around how we ensure that companies, businesses, individuals are cybersecurity aware.
Yeah. If you allow me, I'll raise it up one level again, because I think there's two dimensions to this problem we're examining around regulation. I think the first thing is regulation is required, and I fully agree. I think this is a game of massive advancements and regulators perpetually trying to keep up. And that will remain in place, and it's typically the model we see with any technology revolution. I think regulation is very important because it sets, in my view, guardrails for the proper use of AI in the good scenario. We're going to get to the other scenario now, and that's why I say there's two dimensions to this. I think it sets the guardrails for how AI is used responsibly inside organizations, how you treat private information, how your users have access to certain things. You have users that are allowed to see more data, users that are allowed to see less data. I think there's good regulatory frameworks in place, and it takes time and effort to implement those. I think the stuff that Basi was talking about is obviously the cyber issue. And if you're a criminal, quite honestly, you don't really care very much about regulation. You've already made the decision to break the law. So I don't think regulatory frameworks help that much in that scenario anyway. Maybe there could be harsher penalties or better defined punitive measures for that. That might stop certain people. If you know you get caught hacking, you're going to go to jail for X amount of time. It might stop certain people. But I think at the high criminal level, it's not going to stop them. I think really what helps there, and my point of view on this is you've got to fight fire with fire. We are now in the age where we have AI as an offensive capability. It's getting used to attack us. It's getting used to impersonate people. It's getting used to steal identities. Yeah. The only way, in my view, to credibly defend against that is two ways. First of all, I fully agree with educating people on how to spot AI, how to look for fakes, etc., etc. I think that will be ongoing. But in my view, the real way to credibly defend against it is to employ AI as an offensive capability to defend your organization.
Sure.
We are now dealing with massive amounts of information coming into our organizations. The only things that don't sleep, we used to rely on humans to be that defensive capability. The AI tools are developing to be our defense mechanism as well. They're looking for patterns in our data. They're looking for anomalies in the way you would look at your bank account. They're looking at anomalies across our networks. Yeah. They're able to reason over massive amounts of data, 24/7, and surface up triggers that humans would then look to stop things, to put up guardrails. And I think organizations need to start thinking about AI not just as a capability of enabling people to be better productive, they also need to start thinking about how AI is used to defend an organization against these emerging attacks.
Absolutely. I promise I'm going to look at the emails from the IT guys. And also, I get tons of emails from PR companies pitching cybersecurity reports from this one and that one. And many times I get confused about actually who is authentically someone who actually understands what's going on here. But perhaps we'll get to that when we talk about trust. Come in, Jabu. How do we future-proof our businesses in this age?
So I think the first thing, and I've heard my colleagues, the main critical thing when we think about security and safety, particularly when it comes to AI, is we must not go too far. We must first start thinking about the basics. Because security of any technology, of any system, it starts with the basics. And I think sometimes that's where we miss it. I can ask people to just look around this room. Within the shack space, there's already a culture. For example, we know when we are here in this building that anything can happen. For example, there could be fire, this building could collapse, and we know what we must do when that happens. So what am I trying to say is that there's no cure to prevent, let's say, zero security incident. There's no cure for that. I can tell you for free. Because regulation is good, but it doesn't solve all the problems. We have regulations on the road every day. There are accidents, by the way. People still don't follow the law. So the main important thing, as I said, if you look around this building, you will see where is the exit when there's a problem. Where is the fire extinguishers? In the technology space, that never happens. What does that tell you? It tells you about the culture of safety and security within the technology domain is very low. We don't think about security until we are breached. And that's why many organizations will start the adoption, but will think about the security later. And I always give an example. It's like somebody who builds a house, they don't put security systems. When the burglar comes in, the next morning they go and look for the guy to put the burglars. But by that time, it's too late. And within our environment, we need to think about security as the basics. In other words, it needs to be part of whatever we're doing. When we design these systems, when we adopt them, think about all these possibilities that could happen, because without that, we'll always be on the back foot.
Crazily, you remind me of something that happened to me 26 years ago. I was hijacked in Nairobi, and ever since when I drive, I'm absolutely razor sharp about who's around me. And you're saying we should be adopting the same thing with AI security right from the beginning. But how do we do that in an age where the information that we're getting, tons of it, by the way, you don't know who it is coming from? How do you build trust in an age where the information, I'm going to use a political word, weaponized? How do we build the trust in the AI age? I'm going to start with you, Jab.
No, thank you. And I think I may not answer your question directly because trust is also a very complex thing to build. But
are you sounding like the president of one large country with alternative facts?
So I think that one of our challenges in Africa in particular is that, and I think in the morning they may have spoken about this, we are generally consumers rather than producers. Number one, we are not in control even of these technologies that we are talking about, right? So the issue of trust becomes even a little bit far-fetched, in terms of building the trust. So one of the key things, people have spoken about sovereignty and the likes. And I always say, whatever you don't control, it will be very difficult to even protect. Very, very, very difficult. However, having said that, there are already principles or basic principles or standards and laws that are in place that could be used to ensure that we protect ourselves against some of these emerging threats that are there, because they are real, and they have a very large impact. And for me, I think one of the key things to protect ourselves, and I will sound like a stark record, is we have to build the culture of security within the technology space. Because if we don't do that, we are always going to be on the back foot. But number two, we need, and I think my colleagues have indicated, we need to have governance systems in place. Research tells us that almost 97% of the organizations that suffer security breaches, particularly when it comes to AI, 97% of them don't have any processes in terms of dealing with these things. So in other words, if you don't even know how you will react, when you are breached or something like that, chances are that technology on its own may not help you. But the third thing we've spoken about is the issue of people, right? People are your weakest link. if you don't get to, have mechanisms to even protect the people, ensure that people trust the technology and so on, you are going to be on the back foot.
So, Cliff, I want you to perhaps add, if you have something to add to that, but I also wanted to pick on the point that was made by Richard earlier about using technology itself as a defender.
Yeah, so I think the concept of trust is an interesting overloaded word. I mean, there's this concept in computing called zero trust, and I think it's never probably been more true today. I think as we put identity, and in many cases, I think what's happening is AI, because of its nature, is becoming its own identity. We heard a lot of talk about agents this morning, right? Agents are these autonomous capabilities that can perform actions and do things inside your organization. And no longer should they be anonymous. They should have an identity of their own. And we should manage how these things represent the identity to our organization, and we should trust at certain levels what they can and can't do.
Right.
And I think in this very fast-moving world, this is one of the biggest pitfalls in terms of security. Because in the old days, if I go back 20 years when I worked at Nedbank, and one of my earlier creations was I created internet banking with a team at the time. We had a high trust environment. I could log onto those servers because I was the creator and I could maintain them. These days, those type of trust boundaries are completely irrelevant in this world. These days, we work in a world where you only get access to resources when you can prove that you need it for a very finite period of time. And so the trust boundaries have come down very tightly to only trust people to do certain tasks at certain periods of time with the right permissions. And that's how we guard against trust getting misused and identities getting abused to gain access to other systems. I think this is the world we operate in now. The point my colleague on the left made that was very, very important is that it takes effort to put in systems like that. It's much easier just to trust everybody, have no fences in the analogy, right? But if you work in that world, it will be abused. So it takes effort to put trust boundaries in place to work in a zero trust environment. But woe betide if you don't work like that, it will get abused.
Absolutely. We need a mindset change. Richard?
I think, again, AI in itself, as far as I'm concerned, attacks people, it attacks decision-making, and it attacks trust. The first line of defense is our people. But yet, the governance and the awareness frameworks are behind the pace of AI. And that is the biggest issue we're finding. Trust in itself needs to be elevated. It's actually a strategic asset, trust is. And if boards are there to look after strategic assets, then surely they should be looking after trust as one of their major strategic assets.
Sure. It's going to be culture change, as someone said, right?
Yeah.
Without question. Come in, Pasi. And I want to extend the discussion because I have got a couple more themes that I want us to talk about before we open the discussion to the floor. And this is around the weaponization of AI that we spoke about earlier, and national security, because you sit inside an institution, and as you said, you work with Interpol. How do we approach that from a continental perspective?
Let me just come back to this issue of using technology to cyber protect us.
To fight back.
Personally, I think it's impossible, as long as there's still end users involved. If we get rid of end users, and we have no input from no computer, and there's no humans involved, then I think technology can protect us, because then the risk will be lower. But we will always have end users. And today, in terms of, you heard about it, the entry level may move down, but the new entry level will still have end users, your employees working with your computers, having access to your main systems. And that will be exploited. We will not eliminate that. So what we must do, to come back to my first point, we must develop defensive end users. And the example that's been used here is one that we've always used. If you're a defensive driver, while you're driving, doing your job, you're always looking out. What are the risks? Is there a car coming from the wrong side? Is there something here? Is the weather changing? So you are defending yourself by watching around. Or we can call them self-protecting end users. But the fact is, and I think you've made the point too, if we don't change our way in which we prepare our end users or train our end users, we're not going to win this fight. Going further to your question, in terms of national cybersecurity or national security, that's a big problem. And the cyber problem is part of that. If you look at South Africa, with all due respect, how many government systems were hacked in the last year or two or three? If you look at the latest reports of the Auditor General, the latest one says that 70% of the government IT systems has either serious vulnerabilities or very serious vulnerabilities. If you go back to the last 5 years, every year the government, the Auditor General says 60 to 70% of vulnerabilities which are not fixed. And that's where the governance issue, the management comes in. If you don't manage that, if there's no political will to protect your systems, then you mustn't be worried if you want to be a toffee that you are actually being sucked by somebody. But the fact is that if we don't, and this is my point, if we don't help our end users to protect themselves better, we're not going to win the fight. And I'm guilty with that. I've offered cybersecurity awareness courses over the years where I don't even mention the word cybercrime. And that must change. We must create that culture of I'm part of the defensive nature of this company.
Absolutely. Let's open up the debate to the floor. We have about 8 minutes. So if we're able to get like 4 questions in, I think we'd have done a good job. The light is in my face, so I can't see where there are any hands. But there must be roving microphones right around the room. Let's see if we can get a few voices in. Anyone sitting with a mic? If you've got a mic, you can stand up and you can begin speaking. Nobody's got a mic.
No. Everybody's scared now.
They're scared. I think what you said.
Exactly. Everybody's we're going to go protect our service now.
Everybody's scared. Let's try again a second time. Anyone with a microphone? There's a hand here. We need a microphone right to the front. Let's see if we can get the microphone to the front. Thank you for the light. And the light can also move a little higher so it's not in my face. Okay, Devold is running. Come this side.
Thank you so much. I've got a mic on this side.
Okay, first one.
Quick question. As the founder of the Drone Council of South Africa, one of the key areas where you talk about weaponization touches on dual use. And I'd like to find out what your view is from an AI perspective. We know machine learning is one of the precursors. What is the role of quantum machine learning to be able to prevent this? And can we use sandboxes through the King 4 and King 5 framework to be able to stale some of these changes? Thanks.
Thank you. Basi, you want to take that? Or do you want to take that, Jabu? Who wants to take it?
No, I can definitely take it. So I think we have seen, for example, in the world, particularly within the geopolitical space, that AI is quite used heavily. What maybe we're talking about here maybe even be small. And particularly from the national security perspective, this is very, very critical. Hence, earlier on, I was even talking about Africa needs to start building their own, their own things.
Is that a national thing? Is that a continental thing?
I think it's across.
It needs to be continental.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So maybe just to also answer the question, it's not just about the drones, right? But it's about the capability, because many of these countries have built the capability offensive as well as the defensive, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And I think from a security perspective, it's very, very critical, right? And of course, when it comes to quantum, as the question has indicated, that brings a completely different dimension.
Yeah, he's speaking over my head.
Especially, you know, particularly from the, maybe just to make it simpler for you, before we used to have, let's say, some encryption of your password, and it can take computers a long time to crack it. You know, with quantum computing, even your encryption stuff is no longer safe, as an example, right?
Sure.
But I think what he's talking about was also to say, can we close ourselves off, and maybe go and have sandboxes? It might be a little bit difficult because we're a global, you know, a global world now, and if we want to participate there, we can't really stay away. Yeah. What is very key is we have to participate in building our own technologies, because if we don't, we are going to be left behind anyway.
Sure. Do we open up the floor? Anyone wants to add anything here quickly? Okay, let's open up. There's a question here, I think.
Yeah, I just want to ask, or actually a view on trust. You talked about trust. You know, even today we have a lot of trust on machines. Whether it's a banking system, whether it's a motor car we're driving, we trust the machines more. We trust the humans. So why is this a bad thing? I mean, maybe we are going towards the trajectory of abundance and more discipline, as opposed to just leaving in the hands of humans who are unpredictable.
I'll venture a quick answer on that. An interesting framework we've started using is that, and he cites a good example, is that actually, if you look at most corporations, they have well understood delegations of authority that traverse them. The CEO has a certain responsibility, he can make certain decisions, some of it get referred to board. As you traverse an organization, we understand what a bank teller in a bank can do. DOAs are well understood, and we have that modality well understood in most corporations. I think one model that we're starting to see get put into place is we should treat our AI systems with the same DOA. There are decisions we would abdicate to an AI system and give it responsibility to do. It may get it wrong. Humans also make decisions incorrectly, by the way. That's why we have DOAs.
Yeah.
But you probably would have different DOAs for very large decisions where it might need oversight. We do that today. When you apply for a very large loan at a bank, it's not just one person approving it. So I think those kind of practical authoritarian systems are getting translated into the identity and the responsibility that AI makes.
Sure.
I think it's also a fallacy, and this is an interesting point, is that most computing today is deterministic, which that means that given the set of inputs, it will always give you the same set of outputs. We are now moving to a world where AI is probabilistic in its outcome, and it changes our trust in machines quite fundamentally. I think we have a high trust in machines today because they do exactly what they've been told to do. Sometimes there's a bug in the system, but we fix it. But they actually do exactly what we're told. We're moving to a world where it doesn't always do what we think it's going to do. And that changes our human perception of what trust is towards the machines.
Absolutely, absolutely. We can take one more question. Do we have someone with a microphone? Nobody has got the microphone, so I'm going to take it upon myself. Okay, there is someone. Quickly. Have you found someone, or are you looking for someone? You find it? Okay. No? Okay, let's round it up. So, I think we almost like go back to the beginning, but I really want to pick your thoughts in terms of any particular issue that you think we have not addressed here, because our mandate was that we are talking about AI under threat in this environment which is rapidly changing. But perhaps synthesize your thoughts, if you will, just in terms of those little do's that will help to protect us all as a final message to our people who are in the room today. I'm going to begin with you, Basi.
I'll come back to the fact that if we leave AI on its own, we're going to suffer. And I think come back to the governance issue, governance in general, corporate governance. Part of that will now become, and I think you've mentioned that yourself, is trust governance. I think boards should start giving attention to trust government, developing a culture of trust within their environments, that we trust you that you will help us protect the company. And if you don't create that level of trust, that culture of trust, that you're part of this protection and you've lost the battle, then many of the benefits we're going to get from AI will be negated. So think about it. And that's maybe a challenge to everybody here. How are you going to adapt your end user culture to make it more trustworthy, to make them more trustworthy, to make them more self-defensive and self-protective?
Absolutely. Richard?
And from my side, I think if the guys can take anything away today, AI isn't the risk. The risk is the gap between adoption and oversight. That is the risk. We know, and I mentioned it earlier, AI is going to evolve, regulations are going to change. We've got to move with the times, but if we've got a resilient organization that's committed and accountable, AI becomes an opportunity.
Yeah, I think my takeaway is that naivety is not a defense. I think we have to accept the world is changing, and that if we are not adaptable enough to understand how this world is changing, both in terms of the governance side, but also in terms of the technology side, you'll find yourself in a very difficult position.
Absolutely. Jabu, final word.
Final word from me. AI is the means to an end. It's not the end itself. And I think one of the key things I would like to leave the colleagues with is that whatever you do, you have to make sure you know where your data is. And what do I mean by this? You know, people have websites, they share personal information via email and many, many other sources. And AIs, they are very good at harvesting data, right? And if we don't protect our data, particularly personal and sensitive data, IP, and so on and so forth, if we don't protect that, AI tools, agents, and the likes will easily get hold of that. So it's very important for us to practice what I call, maybe let's call it AI hygiene and security hygiene. Because if you don't do that, you are going to have a problem.
I'm going to take that and I'm going to own it. AI hygiene is the new buzzword. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed again for your time. Please help me to thank them for their time. And thank you to all of you for listening in. We call back the young lionesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
A round of applause for our panelists one more time. And of course, to CNBC Africa Editor-in-Chief Godfrey Mutizwa, to you, but to me as Mr. G. Well, Guillermo, I think I need to check in with you.
Absolutely.
What has stood out for you, I think, throughout the morning program?
Absolutely. I think there's been so much discussion on the real-time application of artificial intelligence. We have heard from the Absa Group CEO about how AI will indefinitely change banking. But what stood out to me is also the mention of entry-level jobs, that without the intervention of AI or without the skills, upskilling of AI, those kind of jobs will cease to exist. I don't know from your end, what are some of the conversations that also piqued your interest?
I think for me, Guillermo, just to summarize everything, right? I wrote it down, right? It says that the decisions we make about how we use this technology will shape the way we live, right? So the future is in our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We are the ones who have control. So what do we do with the power we have?
Absolutely. I think you've put it so aptly there. Sally.
Thank you so much, Guillermo. And with that, we've reached our lunch break. This morning, we've explored AI from almost every angle, but we are not done, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, we're going deeper into some of the biggest questions facing business, finance, society, and the future of work. So we'll see you here in about 45 minutes, and when we return, we'll be looking at how AI is rewiring one of the most important sectors in the global economy, which is finance.
Absolutely, Sally. And as we are mentioning, the second half of the event promises to also address some of the parts of the conversations that we haven't managed to speak about. But during our break, as you continue to refuel yourselves and refuel your body, do make way to our exhibition pods over there, the AI Theatre at the back, and also meet our exhibition partners, Telkom, University of Johannesburg, Sensar, ADG, Altron, F&B, Xylonetrics, Eduvos, Macrocom, Foresight Holdings, Thinker, and Forbes Africa. As mentioned, there has been a lot of food for thought, beginning with the better half of your morning, but I do encourage you to fuel your body with actual food over there. Do enjoy your lunch. It is a goodbye, unfortunately for us. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Giamo Musipili.
And my name is Sele Sithole. Until you see next time, goodbye and do enjoy the rest of the day.